Zhao Feng! Zhao Feng! The crowd roared as he walked past. Worship followed in his wake. He was now the top outer disciple, and even Zhao Kun kept his head down. When did you provoke someone like that? Zhao Gan asked his brother. How would I know he'd get this strong? Zhao Kun muttered, close to tears. Zhao Feng scanned the stands and spotted a girl in white. Zhao Shui bit her lip and didn't dare meet his eyes. He only shook his head. Since entering the sect, their paths had split. He felt nothing. All that mattered was reaching the 9th rank, maybe even the holy martial rank, and then traveling the continent. The ranking contest entered its final stretch. First place was already clear. Zhao Feng was the only one undefeated. Final results. Zhao Feng, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yu, Zhao Gan. Zhao Yijian appeared only at 9th. His loss to Zhao Feng had injured him too badly to continue. First place, Zhao Feng breathed a little stunned. 2 months ago, he was praying just to qualify. He had never dared to dream of this. It was the eye. He drew a breath and slipped into the dimension within his left eye. The green radiance inside turned slowly, expanding from about 1.25 meters to nearly 1.33. He knew the further it stretched, the stronger the eye became. In a quiet corner of Sky Marshall Field, 2 inner disciples watched. There are some real talents this year, said a calm, beautiful girl. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei might catch up to Zhao Linlong. She was Zhao Qin, the 4th-ranked inner disciple. It's just minor scuffles, the black-robed youth beside her said lazily, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Qin as he glanced over the arena. Zhao Qin's thoughts stayed on Zhao Feng. When he hid his inner strength, even she could not read him. His movement skill could rank top 3 among the inner disciples. Do you think they threaten us? I only have one opponent, and that's Zhao Linlong, the black-robed youth said. Don't be too arrogant. Zhao Qin replied with a faint smile. Zhao Han, ranked 3rd, has been in seclusion for months. Zhao Han? He has a cousin named Zhao Yijian, right? Zhao Qi's eyes drifted toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt their attention and looked over. He recognized Zhao Qin. The black-robed youth beside her made the crowd stir. It's Zhao Qi, 2nd among the inner disciples, just behind Zhao Linlong. Even inner disciples watched him with a hint of fear. Zhao Feng met Zhao Qi's gaze and felt pressure clamp down. When his left eye focused, the sense of invincibility around Zhao Qi was even clearer. The youth wasn't bulky, but his inner strength was packed evenly through every muscle. Peak 4th rank, likely stronger than Zhao Qin. Zhao Feng assessed it in a glance. They said Zhao Qi had defeated a true martial artist while still a half-step. No one expected him to show up for an outer disciple event. Zhao Qin clearly valued Zhao Feng. Zhao Qi seemed more interested in Zhao Yufei. Top of the outer disciples or not, Zhao Feng knew there was still a gulf between him and the inner circle. Most inner disciples had watched the tournament today. One had not. Zhao Linlong, one of Sun Feather City's 4 great prodigies. With my current strength, I wouldn't place high among the inner disciples, Zhao Feng thought. He could probably break into the top 10, maybe push for top 5. Top 3 was a stretch. The main tournament was in half a month. Should he aim for 1st? He hesitated, then clenched his resolve. Fight! Only the top 3 could learn peak rank martial arts. Peak manuals were the highest in common knowledge, enough to guide someone to the 9th rank. Only holy rank arts led to the holy martial path. In this world, survival demanded absolute strength. Higher rank meant better odds. First place, or at least top 3. He set his goal and headed home. His house, usually quiet, was crowded. His father, Zhao Tianyang, was busy greeting visitors. Brother Tianyang, congratulations on such a son. Top outer disciple, and already at half-step with inner strength. The higher-ups will notice. Zhao Feng frowned. These same people usually look down on their family. Today they could not say enough. He and his parents finally saw them out. Inner strength? Half-step martial artist? Fenger, you've given your father a real shock, Zhao Tianyang said, face flushed with pride. He had only been able to watch from afar and almost didn't believe the news. When did my son become so strong? Doubt crept in. After I was struck by lightning, learning martial arts started feeling easier, Zhao Feng said. It was half true. The world was wide, and not every legend began with natural talent. Sometimes a single event bent the road of fate. For Zhao Feng, it was the lightning. His parents accepted the explanation. That night, Zhao Feng did not sleep. He replayed every bout in his mind, imprinting each scene. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yufei. He also held on to flashes of the main judge and Zhao Tianjian. Their levels were far beyond him, but even confusion could seed insight. He moved to an open field and began a practice. He flowed through flaming metal fist, then angry dragon fist, eyes closed, adjusting each move based on the memory of combat. His speed rose. He poured inner strength through every strike. The green glow at 1.35 meters edged forward again. He recalled the pressure of Zhao Tianjian and slammed a palm down. The inner strength in his body stirred, each strike landing with a heavy thud. Half an hour later, drenched and spent, a wave of heat washed through his limbs. Warmth shivered across his body as sweat and grime pushed out through his skin. I did it. His eyes lit up. Inside the eye, the green radiance touched 1.38 meters. He had stepped into the fourth rank of the martial path. Strength surged with every breath. With a thought, inner strength answered. My raw power is up by about 500 kilograms, and my inner strength feels at least twice as strong. Reaching the fourth rank meant stepping into true martial artist territory. In Cloud County, that status opened doors everywhere. It was the dream he had chased for years, and it arrived faster than he expected. A few days before the tournament, Zhao Feng had tested the bottleneck and chosen not to force it. His foundation wasn't steady yet, and rushing would hurt him later. Then the matches began. Each fight against the top outer disciples hammered his base into shape. Even that wasn't quite enough. I should thank Zhao Yijian's father, he said with a dry smile. Zhao Tianjian's killing intent had pressured him like a sixth-rank wall, squeezing out hidden potential and pushing him through to the fourth rank. His angry dragon fist, already at peak level, edged closer to perfection. If Zhao Tianjian knew, he would spit blood. That same danger made Zhao Feng cautious. He hid the breakthrough, driving the hiding air technique until he looked like a peak third-rank, half-step martial artist. Then he focused on consolidating. His rise over the past months had been fast. Now he folded in his insights, replaying every exchange with his left eye and refining angry dragon fist again and again. If he could push it to the max level, even high segments of a high-rank art would not overwhelm him. He was close, but not there yet. A few more days, he judged. Before dawn, he slipped home, the world bright under his left eye. At night, he could see clearly out to 10 kilometers. In daylight, it would at least double. The eye sharpened his reactions, sight, and a strange mind energy that kept his thoughts fresh even without sleep. By morning, he was still on his bed, meditating, not tired in the least. More hours to cultivate. A sharp knock sounded. Zhao Shi opened the door to a richly dressed, middle-aged man with several servants. Even the servants were second rank. The face was familiar. Head manager. Zhao Tianyang hurried forward. It was the head manager over the outer disciples, a man rarely seen and already at the sixth rank, stronger than Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianyang invited him in. Zhao Tianyang, fortune smiles on you, the manager said with a grin. Zhao Feng stepped out, bowed, and quietly deepened his hiding air technique. The manager nodded. Not bad. Not even 14, and you have formed inner strength. Zhao Linlong was the same at your age. May I ask why you've come? Zhao Feng said. I almost forgot. The manager's tone turned formal. Because of your performance, the sect will fully support your cultivation. From today, you will move to the inner disciple quarters, receive a monthly allowance of 500 silver, and have access to all arts on the first floor of the martial arts library. Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Shi could hardly contain their thanks. Even Zhao Feng was taken aback. 500 silver was more than 20 times what he once received. First rank had earned him 10 silver a month. Second rank, 20. Now the allowance soared, and privileges followed. That was the power of promotion. His results were so strong the sect moved him in even before the main tournament. Many thanks to the sect and to you, manager, Zhao Feng said. The manager sent people to settle him in that same day. The inner area was under direct protection. That shield extended to his parents. The new courtyard was large, with space to train, a reading room, a bath, storage, even a horse paddock. Servants came with a posting. Zhao Feng went straight back to work, steadying his base and keeping secret techniques out of sight. 2 days later, his foundation was rock solid. 10 days until the main tournament. I must perfect Angry Dragon Fist. Only then can I fight for top 3. That night, he broke through the final layer. Every punch rumbled. A casual strike snapped a tree with a clean crack. The power matched the green-headed Tiger King's level. He could not hide his grin. Few inner or outer disciples could claim a middle-rank art of perfection. Anyone that gifted usually chased high-rank arts to high or peak instead. At dawn, he sat cross-legged, cycling inner strength. With more time each day, air crossing breathing rose steadily. Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng. Voices rang from outside. He stepped out to see several familiar outer disciples, Zhao Feng among them. What is it? He asked. Xian family disciples came to challenge us, Zhao Feng said. My brother and Zhao Guang were crushed. Xian family. Challenges. So that was it. They want you, Zhao Feng added. The new top outer disciple. Where are they? Zhao Feng said. Fresh through a breakthrough. He didn't mind stretching his limbs. They reached the front gate to a wall of noise. The new Zhao disciples are weak. Brother Fei's strength jumped again. 3 quasi-martial artists can't take one move. I heard your Zhao sect has a new genius named Zhao Feng. Tell him to come out. About 20 Xian disciples stood there. 2 led the group. A scar-faced youth and another in a grass hat. Both were 4th rank, and the grass hat youth was at its peak. It's him, Zhao Feng said. The scarred one was Xian Fei. Beating the tiger had likely pushed him through to the 4th rank. The Xian side held the field. Their disciples jeered while 5 or 6 Zhao Yus lay on the ground. Zhao Yu and Zhao Gan were injured. Zhao Feng, you're here, Zhao Yu said, then winced, clutching his ribs. All eyes turned to the top outer disciple.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
He is the new king of the outer disciples. Zhao Feng's appearance caused a slight disturbance. I thought that it would be someone strong, not a weak half-step martial artist. I think Zhao Linlong should come out instead, the grass hat youth said disdainfully. His cultivation was the highest amongst them, so he had not fought yet. Xian Fei's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, that Xian Fei is the top outer disciple. He beat 3 of us in one move, Zhao Gan warned. Underscore 3 people in one move. Underscore Zhao Feng was slightly surprised since Zhao Gan and the rest were all quasi-martial artists. Zhao Feng, we meet again. Do you still remember our battle? Xian Fei said as he slowly walked forward. He didn't look down on Zhao Feng due to his cultivation. Last time in Sky Cloud Forest, Xian Fei had not forgotten that Zhao Feng had only been at the peak of the 2nd rank then, and that he had beaten Xian Gang, who was at the peak of the 3rd rank, in 3 moves. Half a month ago, Xian Fei reached the 4th rank, becoming the top outer disciple of the Xian family. He then heard that the Zhao family had a new genius, only 13 years of age, who had already formed inner strength, becoming the top outer disciple. And that genius was called Zhao Feng. To challenge the Zhao sect today wasn't a coincidence. Xian Fei's target was Zhao Feng, and the grass hat youth's target was Zhao Linlong. Of course I remember. Zhao Feng walked forward. The crowd gave space. Zhao Feng and Xian Fei stood a few meters apart as they looked at each other. The grass hat youth of the Xian family was slightly surprised. Although Xian Fei has just reached the 4th rank, His strength is not to be underestimated. Yet, he's taking this fight very seriously. My cultivation and age are both higher than you. I will not use my sword against you, Xian Fei said as he sheathed his sword. Xian Fei, I will advise you to use all of your strength, Zhao Feng said confidently. His words stunned the two different family disciples. Where does his confidence come from? The Xian family disciples sniggered, whereas the Zhao family disciples stood shocked. As you wish. Xian Fei's expression turned solemn as he slowly took out his long sword again. It is starting, Zhao Feng shouted as he pushed his inner strength throughout his body. His speed was so fast that many spectators couldn't see his actions. Also, Zhao Feng's body felt like it had no weight as it floated around. Third wind slice. Xian Fei's long sword instantly flew out. Underscore schwa. Schwa. Schwa underscore. In half a breath's time, Xian Fei had sliced 3 times. The leaves scattered around him were easily ground into dust. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng easily dodged and, under the help of air-crossing breathing technique, did not lose his agility. He easily dodged the first 2 swords. Underscore bang underscore. Only on the 3rd blow did Zhao Feng's fist, which was glowing green, clash against Xian Fei's sword. Underscore, what explosive strength. And that inner strength seems so mysterious underscore. Xian Fei felt his arm go numb as the long sword in his hand almost fell from his grip. He also felt a very fast and powerful inner strength enter his body. Underscore, tongue, underscore. Xian Fei was pushed back a few steps as he barely managed to cancel out the opponent's attack. He immediately realized why he had the lower hand in this exchange. First, Zhao Feng's Angry Dragon Fist had an insane explosive power. It had already reached the max level. Secondly, the punch went straight for the weakness in his attack. Third, Zhao Feng's chi was not weaker than his. It was even more complex than his to a certain degree. The most important reason was this last one. Being a true martial artist, how could he lose to a half-step martial artist? 7th stance of the Angry Dragon. Zhao Feng kept on utilizing his fist skill and kept attacking since he had the upper hand. Since Angry Dragon Fists had reached perfection, Zhao Feng's moves had left the restrictions of the original skill. Especially when used together with air-crossing breathing technique, its agility increased. 6th wind slice. Xian Fei didn't hesitate at all as he used his strongest move. Cold light twirled around the area. One sword after another locked his opponent within a few meters. The expressions of the spectating fighters changed. Zhao Feng knew that his opponent's move was an area attack that was trying to push him back. However, Zhao Feng did not retreat. Instead, he dodged and occasionally blocked the attacks by hitting their flaws. In terms of speed, he easily beat Xian Fei, and his chi was much higher as well. Underscore dang, underscore. Zhao Feng's fist hit the back of Xian Fei's sword. Zhao Feng also sent out many punches containing inner strength. Xian Fei could only fall back. Underscore wah, underscore. After 7 punches, Xian Fei finally spat out a mouthful of blood and exited the fighting circle. Thanks. Zhao Feng smiled faintly, leaving the rest of the disciples in shock. So strong. A half-step martial artist beat a true martial artist. No wonder he is our Zhao sect's strongest outer disciple. To beat a true martial artist while using the power of a half-step martial artist was indeed hard. Zhao Feng had been restricted in his fight. His power, inner strength, and Angry Dragon Fists weren't used to their fullest. Even so, he still beat Xian Fei in 10 moves. I admire your skills. Even though Xian Fei lost, he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he felt calm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise the opponent. He was neither too arrogant nor too humble. His mindset could tell one that his later days wouldn't be low. Hee, not bad kid. Xian Tong want to fight too, the grass hat youth said. Underscore schwa, underscore. His 2 arms waved, ripping off his t-shirt and hat, revealing his muscular body inside. Underscore C, underscore. The Zhao sect disciples took in a cold breath. Zhao Feng inspected him with his left eye and couldn't help but be shocked. Every inch of Xian Tong's body seemed to be covered in bronze. The powerful strength coursed through his body. Zhao Feng, be careful. He is Xian Tong, the third strongest inner disciple of the Xian family, and has trained bronze skin metal body to the 4th level. Even swords cannot harm him, Zhao Gan warned. Before he could even finish, Xian Tong slowly walked over. Although he didn't purposely try to intimidate Zhao Feng, he caused great pressure just by walking. Just by body strength alone, he can face 4th rankers. Zhao Feng felt an unseen pressure. You will be my dish before I challenge Zhao Linlong. Xian Tong licked his lips. As he was talking, he was casually walking towards Zhao Feng. The pressure that came with him was even more obvious. Zhao Feng felt that there were many flaws on Xian Tong's body. Flaming metal fist. Zhao Feng used the air-breathing crossing technique to easily form inner strength and easily hit the opponent's chest. Peng. As the fist hit Xian Tong, the latter laughed. This is all of your strength? What strong body? The disciples watching stared. Not good. Zhao Feng's punch didn't even break the opponent's defense. Get out. Xian Tong's shout was as loud as thunder. He casually waved his arm, and the thick metal-like inner strength came crushing over. This move could probably even threaten those of the 5th rank. It was lucky that Zhao Feng reacted fast and quickly formed his own. Every time they clashed, Zhao Feng would feel his arm go numb. He knew that the biggest difference between them was body strength and defense. Xian Tong focused on his body. His muscles were as strong as metal, meaning his power exceeded that of normal people of the 4th rank. Zhao Feng's cultivation was restrained at half-step martial artist. His power and inner strength could only be used to 60–70%, so obviously he could not win. Ha, kid, you're too weak. Hurry up and call Zhao Linlong. Apart from him, no one is my opponent. After pushing back Zhao Feng in one move, he suddenly stopped. Tsung. Zhao Feng was like a feather that landed gracefully on the ground. Since he had the advantage in speed and inner strength, Zhao Feng wouldn't have lost. Xian Tong was helpless and did not want to waste energy. Instead, he wanted to preserve his strength to fight Zhao Linlong. Really? Apart from Zhao Linlong, no one is your match. A cold voice sounded from behind. Who's there? Xian Tong shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to the owner of the voice. Zhao Han. In everyone's view, a cold youth slowly walked out. His every step caused a chill to come over them. Zhao Han, third amongst the inner disciples, just a bit weaker than Zhao Linlong and Zhao Qi. Zhao Feng also inspected Zhao Han. However, as his left eye locked on Zhao Han, he received a major shock. 5th rank of the martial path. Not 4th, but 5th rank of the martial path. How was it possible? When did Zhao Han reach the 5th rank? The disciple from both families exclaimed. It looks like the first place amongst the inner disciples might change. I heard that even Zhao Linlong has not reached the 5th rank. Zhao Han's appearance stunned everyone. His cold eyes scanned through the crowd and finally landed on Zhao Feng's face. You are Zhao Feng, HM. Zhao Feng felt a cold pressure towards him and thought, does this Zhao Han know me? He did not know why he felt enmity from Zhao Han. Good. Zhao Han's face turned even colder as he said good 3 times, then proceeded to not look at Zhao Feng anymore. Zhao Feng felt baffled since this was the first time he had ever seen Zhao Han. So when did he offend him? Zhao Yu walked up to Zhao Feng and warned him. Zhao Han is Zhao Yijian's cousin, and their relationship is quite good. Zhao Yijian's cousin, No wonder Zhao Han had enmity towards him. Zhao Yijian was still lying in bed right now due to his injury. Being his cousin, Zhao Han was obviously going to take revenge. However, right now, they were facing enemies from outside. They would have to first settle this, and then discuss internal matters. 5th rank of the martial path. Xian Tong's expression changed, but soon recovered. So what if you're the 5th rank? Being a top 4th ranker, he had experience fighting 5th ranks. Little bug. Zhao Han walked step by step towards Xian Tong. With every step he took, the cold coming from him would increase. The cold wasn't just a feeling, it was real cold that came from his inner strength. You just reached the 5th rank not long ago. I'll see how strong you are right now. Xing Tong snorted, but his expression was solemn. Metal arm. Xian Tong put his immense power and inner strength into his arm, and his whole body seemed like a bull. His skill was a high-ranked one, which allowed him to compress his strength into one attack, allowing him to overpower his opponent. Zhao Feng saw that there were no flaws in the blow. It was obvious that Xian Tong had gone easy on him. Snowing cold palm. Zhao Han's body poured out a freezing aura, just like snow. As he used his palm attack, the area around him started to freeze. The cold aura made Zhao Feng's heart jump because this inner strength was way too strong. It was almost as strong as Zhao Tianjian's. As soon as Xian Tong rushed forward, he felt an unknown force block him, as if he had fallen into mud. How is this the inner strength of a beginner 5th rank? Xian Tong thought. _pa_. The two palms clashed together. Using his strength, Xian Tong forcefully pushed back Zhao Han one step. However, the corner of his mouth started to leak blood. The ice-cold qi had flowed through his defense and entered his body. How is this possible? His inner strength has reached the peak of the 5th rank. Xian Tong felt his blood freeze. He couldn't move. Zhao Han sent him flying with one kick and coldly laughed. Just this amount of strength, and you want to challenge Zhao Linlong? Only I have the right to beat him. Brother Tong. The Xian disciples went to help him. I'm all right. Xian Tong barely managed to get out. It was lucky for him that his body was strong. If it was someone else, they would have been bedridden for at least a month. Zhao Han, I admit that you're strong. Xian Tong grit his teeth as he continued. But you've just recently reached the 5th rank, and your inner strength is this strong, which means that you have eaten some sort of treasure. But what use is outside help? When you meet my family's top genius Xian Wuheng, you will lose. When they heard this, Zhao Feng and the others had thoughtful expressions. Zhao Han's circumstances were too abnormal. He had only just reached the 5th rank and had such powerful inner strength. When Zhao Feng used his left eye to inspect Zhao Han, he was certainly shocked because that inner strength was way too strong. Xian Tong analyzed correctly. Zhao Han must have used some treasures. What if I used outer help? That is my luck. It is the heavens helping me. When I finish refining this energy and beat Zhao Linlong, I will definitely go challenge Xian Wuheng. Zhao Han coldly retorted. Xian Wuheng, the top inner disciple of the Xian family, also one of the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. Zhao Feng had heard his name before. Apparently, Xian Wuheng was the top genius out of the 4 and had reached the 5th rank 1 year ago. He was even stronger than Zhao Linlong. Since Xian Tong lost, the Xian family disciples quickly left with their tails between their legs. Zhao Han only used half a year to reach the 5th rank. I am so excited for the main tournament in 10 days' time. Zhao Han was the main focus of the people. Obviously, Zhao Feng's performance wasn't bad, using the strength of a half-step martial artist to beat a true martial artist. Before leaving, Zhao Han stared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't avoid him and looked Zhao Han in the eye. He didn't believe that Zhao Han would attack him in front of all the other Zhao sect disciples. Even if he couldn't win, Zhao Feng could still use lightly floating fairy to escape. I would do what you did. We will meet when I challenge you at the tournament. I will do what you did. Zhao Feng felt cold. He had broken Zhao Yijian's arm in the outer disciples tournament. Zhao Han's meaning in doing what you did was very obvious. On the way back, Zhao Feng asked Zhao Yu next to him, what is the challenging thing he talked about? Every inner disciple tournament is done by challenging. Every participant can challenge a certain person, Zhao Yu explained. Even this can happen. Zhao Feng's heart clenched as he understood Zhao Han's meaning. Zhao Han had already laid out all of his plans. He was absolutely confident in himself. Although it was an open plan, it would be hard to avoid it. Underscore want to break my arm. Underscore Zhao Feng's expression turned colder and colder. There were only 10 days left until the main tournament. Zhao Feng cultivated even harder. Every night, he would work on his inner strength by training in the air-crossing breathing technique. Zhao Feng knew the distance between him and Zhao Han was in inner strength. In terms of complexity, air-crossing breathing technique was a top-tier high-ranked martial art, almost reaching the peak-ranked martial art category. It could be said that it was the best martial art out of all the Zhao sect skills. Underscore the next day, underscore. Zhao Feng felt that his angry dragon fists were getting even more perfected as he trained in the garden. Zhao Feng's left, I had recorded many interesting battles between disciples and used them all to perfect his angry dragon fists. Therefore, after Zhao Feng's angry dragon fists reached perfection, the power was still slowly increasing. His strength right now was more than double the of that he had at the Outer Disciples tournament. Can I come in? A crystal-clear voice sounded from outside. Zhao Feng felt that the voice was familiar and saw a purple-clothed girl standing outside waiting. Underscore it's her. Underscore Zhao Feng was a bit surprised. Am I not welcome? Zhao Yufei, beautiful eyebrows blinked slightly. Her smile was like a lotus, pure and innocent. Please come in. Zhao Feng soon recovered from her beauty. After Zhao Yufei came in, she quickly told him the point of her visit. It was to spar with Zhao Feng. Obviously, Zhao Yufei was a bit unwilling after losing to Zhao Feng last time. Okay, but let's not harm each other. Zhao Feng obviously didn't reject her, as she was the only outer disciple that could spar with him. Soon the two figures were fighting throughout the garden. While sparring, Zhao Feng only pushed Angry Dragon Fist to peak level. Even then he gained the upper hand. After half the time it took an incense to burn, Zhao Yufei lost. Her breathing was ragged as her eyes flashed. Your inner strength forms and attacks very quickly. It also gives me a mysterious and floating feeling. What kind of secret technique is it? In the battle, Zhao Feng had controlled his inner strength to the same level as Zhao Yufei. Even so, Zhao Feng's inner strength still created more pressure than hers. This was because of the air-crossing breathing technique. Underscore, I cultivate the 3 breaths technique, a high-ranked martial art that focuses on inner strength, yet is not as strong as his. Underscore Zhao Yufei was shocked in her heart. Hee, it is my special skill. I'm not going to say. Zhao Feng gently smiled. Zhao Feng's rejection surprised Zhao Yufei, as not many youths of the same age would reject her propositions. Her eyes twirled as she smilingly said, You obviously still have some flaws. If you have some interest, we could do a deal that allows for both of us to gain benefits. Oh, let's talk about it. Zhao Feng was instantly interested. Yes, that is my flaw. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. After he had merged with the left eye, his vision could see the smallest detail. Since Zhao Feng could easily see his opponent's flaws, he could also see his own. Have you learned any body strengthening technique? Zhao Yufei was slightly surprised. No, it wasn't that he didn't want to. It was just that body strengthening techniques needed a long time to train and couldn't be easily learned within a short period of time. Normal skills and techniques only needed understanding and talent to easily train in them within a short amount of time. Only body strengthening techniques needed resources as well as effort to learn. The body is the foundation of cultivation. A high-ranked body-strengthening technique can not only help solidify one's foundation, it can also improve one's defense. Does Big Brother Zhao Feng want to learn one? Zhao Yufei gently smiled. The Big Brother Zhao Feng part made Zhao Feng's heart beat. Instantly, Zhao Yufei's face turned red, as if it was dripping blood. Within the sect, the older disciples were called Big Brother. Maybe it was that Zhao Feng's performance had been too shocking, letting Zhao Yufei miss this point. There are good reasons. Maybe I can consider it. Zhao Feng nodded his head after some deep thought. Before, Zhao Feng's forte was his speed. People of the same rank wouldn't even be able to reach him. Therefore, he had neglected the uses of body strengthening techniques. Now, with Zhao Yufei's hint, Zhao Feng started to pay attention to it. If he didn't have inner strength as his hidden card, he probably wouldn't have been able to block Zhao Yijian's cold-flowing sword. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, without the use of inner strength, could counter Zhao Yijian for a while. This was all due to the fact that he had learned a body-strengthening technique. Sparring with Xian Tong yesterday made Zhao Feng realize the importance of body-strengthening techniques. The same afternoon, that __day_. Zhao Yufei invited Zhao Feng over to her place. Zhao Feng surprisingly found that Zhao Yufei's house was next to his. Zhao Yufei had received the same treatment as Zhao Feng. Both were highly looked upon by the sect. "Grandfather!" Zhao Yufei yelled happily as she got back. "Yufei is back." From a room came out an one-armed old man. He didn't speak more after casually glancing at Zhao Feng. "I wonder what deal Zhao Yufei is talking about." Zhao Feng finally went to the point. "Please wait, brother, Zhao Feng." Zhao Yufei walked towards the old man and spoke a few words. Finally, the one-armed old man nodded and went back to his room to retrieve an old book. This skill is called Metal Wall Technique, and it is quite famous within the Cloud Country. It is even better than Zhao Yu's metal body. The one-armed old man gently sighed as he gave the book to Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng immediately realized that this grandfather and granddaughter pair had already made plans and had seen the inner strength advantage given by air-crossing breathing technique. The reason Zhao Yufei wanted to spar with Zhao Feng was to point out his body strength was lacking, therefore proposing a deal. Metal wall technique? Zhao Feng gently murmured. He had not heard anyone speak about this technique before. Zhao Yu's metal body was a high-ranked martial skill. Xian Tong's bronze body was the same. According to the old man, this body-strengthening technique was much better than metal body. This body-strengthening skill is a simplified version of the holy martial skill silver wall technique. Even though it has been simplified and only contains the first third of it, it can still be considered a peak high-ranked martial art, the old man said proudly. Holy martial art. Zhao Feng drew a cold breath and started to inspect the one-armed old man. To be able to take out such a high-ranked skill, he could not have a simple background. He used his left eye, but only found that the blood within the old man was similar to that of a commoner. It had no aura coming from Qi. 10 years ago, I lost my cultivation in an accident. The old man seemed to feel Zhao Feng's inspection and explained. Sorry. Zhao Feng felt guilty as he took back his eyes. The one-armed old man was expressionless and continued. For my granddaughter today, I will give you this metal wall technique in exchange for your inner strength skill. How do you feel about this deal? This was within Zhao Feng's predictions. Let me think. Zhao Feng started to analyze the benefits and problems. Air-crossing breathing technique was only an inner strength skill and easily surpassed high-rank martial arts. It probably wasn't any weaker than peak-rank martial arts. However, this inner strength's power needed lightly floating fairy to be utilized to its maximum potential. Obviously, metal wall technique wasn't bad either. It was a simplified version of a holy martial art and had already reached the peak of the high rank, not far away from being a peak-ranked martial art. Thinking up that point, Zhao Feng soon had his answer. Yes. Zhao Feng nodded and asked Zhao Yufei to give him some paper. Afterwards, he wrote down the contents of air-crossing breathing technique. Zhao Feng only wrote the contents of air-crossing breathing technique, but didn't write anything that linked it to lightly floating fairy. This meant that Zhao Yufei would only get the inner strength skill, but would have no connections with lightly floating fairy. After he finished writing it down, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei exchanged skills. The old man took over air-crossing breathing technique and started to inspect it. Zhao Feng used his left eye and quickly scanned through the contents of metal wall technique as well. He had over 100 skills in his mind, which meant that his grasp of martial theories wasn't bad. He only had to scan the contents once to fully memorize them. It was obvious that this skill far exceeded the ones inside his head. Not bad. This skill is very compatible with Zhao Yufei, the one-armed old man said joyfully as he finished reading. I am happy to cooperate. Zhao Feng put away the metal wall technique and was happy as well. However, before Zhao Feng left, he couldn't help restraining himself and asked, Senior, why don't you let Sister Yufei learn the metal wall technique? The old man laughed. You're a genius of the sect, and you do not know? Just from a name metal wall technique, one can tell that one's skin will become tough as metal, which means it will not be suitable for women. Yufei's agile and soft style is more compatible with your air-crossing breathing technique, or else I would not have traded metal wall technique for it. No wonder, Zhao Feng nodded his head. The metal wall technique was indeed not suitable for women. Images of Yufei turning into a muscular woman made Zhao Feng shiver. After returning home, Zhao Feng immediately started to train in the metal wall technique. Normal body strengthening techniques were easy to understand. This metal wall technique was not a normal technique, however. Just understanding it far exceeded other high-ranked martial arts in difficulty. However, this didn't trip up Zhao Feng. He gently used his left eye to merge the contents into his mind and play them back and forth. That night, Zhao Feng stepped into the doorway of the metal wall technique. The technique had a total of 7 levels. The first 3 levels allowed one's skin to harden. After reaching the 3rd level, one's skin would be as hard as metal and would be able to block swords. This skill was far more complex than Zhao Yu's metal body. Zhao Yu's metal body had to gather one's strength onto a certain point to block swords. The 4th level, using qi to harden one's bones, allows one to increase one's power rapidly. Just from one's body alone, one can counter against weapons and inner strength. Once reaching this point, the whole body will be as strong as a metal wall. Zhao Feng's eyes started to shine as he comprehended the skill. This body-strengthening skill could increase one's power. If I can cultivate metal wall technique to the 4th level, I will have a 70% chance to reach the top 3, Zhao Feng thought. The 5th level. Reaching this level, one's body can shatter weapons. The 6th level. One can withstand any attack from the 7th rank of the martial path and be uninjured. The 7th level. A perfect body that will not melt under extreme heat. After reading the last few parts, Zhao Feng was shocked, especially the 7th level. It had almost reached an inhuman degree. When put in furnaces and not melting, what kind of concept was that? If your body was made of skin, blood, and bone, it would still melt when tossed into a furnace. If you could train metal wall technique to the 7th level, no one under the 9th level would be able to harm you. I think I've gotten a great deal. Zhao Feng was excited as he redoubled his efforts to train this skill. Since he had already understood inner strength and had reached the 4th rank already, Zhao Feng's training speed was extremely fast. It only took him 1 day to reach the 1st level of metal wall. Zhao Feng found that his skin did indeed become stronger after reaching the 1st level. However, after he reached the 1st level, he found out that his learning speed decreased dramatically. Zhao Feng estimated that he needed at least 10 days to reach the 2nd level. There are 10 more days until the main family tournament starts. Zhao Feng thought. He then decided to head back to the medicine pavilion and buy some body strengthening powder. Each pouch of body strengthening powder cost 2,000 silver and could only be used 3 times to increase his body strengthening skill speed. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth as he purchased 3 bags, using up 6,000 silver. With the rest of the silver, he bought an air pill, which also cost him 6,000 silver. Everyone knew that the effect of air pill was to increase the amount of inner strength one could store. Zhao Feng never forgot to cultivate his inner strength. 3 pouches of body strengthening powder and 1 air pill spent all of Zhao Feng's saving. After returning home, Zhao Feng immediately opened 1 pouch of body strengthening powder and started to cultivate metal wall technique as he soaked in the medicine. A hot feeling started to ignite within his body as he soaked in the medicine. As time went on, a fiery feeling started to sink into his body. Suddenly, a weird but familiar sound sounded. Peh. The depth of Zhao Feng's left eye started to release sizzles of heat, which merged with the medicine. Who. A queer hot feeling reverberated within his body and made his training speed increase. Zhao Feng was shocked, but wasted no time in absorbing. It was certain that Zhao Feng's ability to absorb medicine surpassed that of normal people. This was because a normal person needed 3 attempts to absorb 1 pouch of body-strengthening powder. However, Zhao Feng had only absorbed it once, and all the energy had disappeared. Zhao Feng cringed when he thought that his 2,000 silver had been spent in such a short period. It was good, though, that all the energy had been absorbed by him. He was sure that the metal wall technique's training speed had increased dramatically. What kind of mutation has happened to my body? My absorption speed has greatly increased. Zhao Feng felt that his own body held secrets he did not know. He could only confirm that all of this had something to do with his left eye. The next day, Zhao Feng first cultivated in the air-crossing breathing technique a few times, then resumed using the body-strengthening powder. In only 3 days, his metal wall technique reached the 2nd level. However, his 6,000 silver worth of body-strengthening powder had all been used up. The first 2 levels of the metal wall technique did not improve Zhao Feng's overall strength by much. His power had increased, but his defense had only increased by about 20-some%. This was mainly due to the fact that Zhao Feng's foundation being very strong. If he had reached the 2nd level before he reached the 4th rank of the martial path, then the increase in strength would have been very obvious. Only the 3rd level allows for one's body to become as hard as metal and block weapons. This allows one's defense to greatly increase. Zhao Feng wanted to reach it, but his body-strengthening powder had been used up, and his training speed in the metal wall technique went back to the speed of a turtle. _money, money, money, Zhao Feng sighed. All his savings were gone. He was now broke. He took out the air pill that he had bought a few days ago. The use of the air pill was to refine one's inner strength, which helped martial arts a lot. Zhao Feng immediately ate the pill and started to cultivate in the air-crossing breathing technique. The air-crossing breathing technique was so outstanding that Zhao Yufei's grandfather even took out the metal wall technique to exchange for it. And with the mental energy he gained from his left eye, Zhao Feng could cultivate for twice as long as he could before, therefore allowing for his inner strength to increase at an immense speed. Zhao Feng once again felt heat come from his left eye, which allowed his absorption rate to increase. _1 day and 1 night later _ Zhao Feng let out a breath as he raised his palm. A faint green glow spun slowly in circles, bringing a powerful pressure with it. His inner strength had reached peak 4th rank unknowingly. Because the metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique both proceeded at the same time, Zhao Feng's foundation began to get even more stable. He calculated that there were 6 to 7 days left until the tournament. The metal wall technique is at the peak of the 2nd level, and my inner strength is comparable to the peak of the 4th rank. My cultivation is almost at the peak of the 4th rank as well, Zhao Feng evaluated. With this strength, he had a 40 to 50% chance of reaching the top 3. However, to win, Zhao Han only had a 30%, as well as a 70% chance of a draw by relying on the speed of lightly floating fairy. _not good enough. Zhao Feng shook his head. The chance to win was too low. Whether it was to defeat Zhao Han or to reach the top 3, he had to increase his strength. However, using normal ways to cultivate, his cultivation and metal wall technique would be hard to improve. It looks like I have to go to the sky, cloud forest again, Zhao Feng said after thinking deeply. He immediately retrieved a long rectangular box within the room. A silver bow lay within the wooden box. This silver bow was the one Zhao Feng had bought at Sun Feather City. Only true martial artists could truly utilize its strength. With the bow in hand, Zhao Feng left the Zhao sect. He then bought some items in Sun Feather City before heading towards Sky Cloud Forest. As soon as he left Sun Feather City, 3 shadows flashed by the city gates before also leaving. 2 of these black-clothed people had black skin and looked similar. Big brother, that kid is probably going to Sky Cloud Forest, one of the black-clothed people said urgently. Very good. Is the perfect place for us to do our job. This plan ensures that this kid will definitely die, the big brother replied, full of killing intent. Zhao Feng could train lightly floating fairy whenever he liked when there was no one around. He was as light as a feather floating through the wind, sometimes double jumping in midair. Finally, today, lightly floating fairy reached the low level. Underscore tongue. Tongue underscore. In this open area, he felt free like a bird. Underscore, I am only at the 4th rank of the martial path and have such feeling. If I surpass the 9th rank, will I be able to fly? Underscore, Zhao Feng thought excitedly. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng finally reached Sky Cloud Forest. The endless forest looked like the open mouth of a deadly beast. No one knew what lay at the deepest parts of Sky Cloud Forest. All Zhao Feng knew was that the further one went, the more likely one was to meet deadly beasts. Opportunities and danger intertwined with each other. Zhao Feng cautiously scanned the area with his left eye for signs of unknown beasts. He occasionally saw a few strong, deadly beasts about 40 km out. Zhao Feng took out his silver bow and put his inner strength into it. The string started to tremble with power. Underscore so, dash underscore. One silver arrow shot through the forest and hit a 200 kg wild pig 200 meters away. Underscore tonk underscore. The arrow blasted through the pig's eye and head, spraying blood everywhere. It struggled for a while before falling down. The 200 kg pig would be a tough fight if fought head-on by cultivators of the 3rd rank. Zhao Feng didn't pick up the pig's corpse. He was just practicing his skills with the bow. His real target was wild beasts. Only by killing wild beasts would he gain the silver he needed for cultivation resources. The power of this silver bow is not bad. Every arrow's strength is on par with the full strength hit of a 4th rank within 300 steps. My arrows also have poison coated on them. If I hit a vital spot, it is the same damage as a 5th ranker. Zhao Feng was very pleased with himself. Being an archer, Zhao Feng's killing and survival ability was very high. Underscore clap, 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 underscore not bad, not bad. I never thought my target this time would be an archer. A clapping sound came from in front of him. Ooh! Zhao Feng was shocked. He saw that on a treetop, 200 meters away, stood a slim-as-bones, gray-clothed man. This person was like a ghost hanging on a tree. If one wasn't careful enough, one would think he was a rag. Through his left eye, Zhao Feng found that the person's aura was converged in a weird way, making it turn to nothing. Through his first inspection, the enemy had reached the 5th rank of the martial path, and had also learned a skill similar to hiding air technique, as well as a tracking skill. Who? Underscore Keith, you're gonna die soon? Haven't you realized? The gray-clothed man mocked. He did not seem to have any intentions of attacking in a short amount of time. However, his eyes had always been locked on to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's hand held 3 poison arrows as he faced off the assassin. Why didn't he make a move? Zhao Feng felt weird. Soon he realized why. Aha! Kid, come to your death. A few hundred meters behind him, 2 men, clothed in black, were coming. They had both reached the peak of the 4th rank. 2-pronged attack. Zhao Feng's expression changed. However, the man that gave him the most dangerous feeling was the one in front of him. It is time to end it now. A curved blade appeared in the gray-clothed man's hand. Underscore what should I do? Comma underscore Zhao Feng thought urgently. At this moment, from deep inside the left eye, came a familiar thumping sound. Under this danger, Zhao Feng fully pushed his left eye into top vision and reaction speed. Kill! The 2 men behind him were now 1 or 200 meters away. Their every action slowed down in Zhao Feng's eyes. However, the gray-clothed man in front stood still like wood, not moving at all. Zhao Feng's left eye was still locked onto this man, as he was the most dangerous one of all. 100 meters. The 2 black-clothed men were laughing hysterically. They seemed to be already picturing how Zhao Feng would be cut into pieces. However, Zhao Feng was still calm. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's left eye felt the blood and inner strength stirring within the gray-clothed man's body. At that moment, Zhao Feng's eyes flashed dangerously as he put the 3 poisonous arrows onto his bow. Underscore so. Underscore. The 3 arrows were arranged in a strange pattern, like a triangle that shot towards the gray-clothed. Underscore so. Underscore. However, When those 3 arrows came right at him, his expression suddenly changed. These 3 poison arrows had small gaps between them and were not going in straight lines. The way that they were arranged meant that he had no escape routes. He was completely locked on. _pa. The gray-clothed man swiped his hand, and a gust of wind snapped the first arrow, but the second arrow came right after. If he wanted to dodge the second arrow and then attack Zhao Feng using the best route possible, he would have to face the third arrow. The third arrow seemed to calculate how he would react. How did he do this? The gray-clothed man's pupils shrank as his expression turned to shock. If this was all planned by Zhao Feng, then this would be extremely frightening. He was a youth, not even 14 years of age. He did not know that Zhao Feng's left eye had already locked on him. Everything, including his heartbeat and breathing rate, was all under close watch. Zhao Feng had shot his arrows according to the changes in the opponent's body. Everything was to plan. The 3 arrows had stalled the gray-clothed man for a few breaths. "There is no difference. You will still die today," the gray-clothed man shouted coldly. However, Zhao Feng's actions caused him to be stunned once again. Zhao Feng didn't run after he shot the 3 arrows. Instead, he turned around and attacked the other 2 men closing in on him. Kill! The 2 black-clothed men also attacked Zhao Feng. Since they were running towards each other in straight lines, the distance between them quickly narrowed. This kid has strong calculation abilities. The gray-clothed man felt a bit anxious. Zhao Feng's actions had been the most perfect way to escape. First, he didn't run straight away. His chances of escaping from the 2 groups flanking him was very low. At the very least, Zhao Feng had confirmed that the gray-clothed man's speed would not be slower than his own, or else he could not have appeared in front of him like a ghost. Second, it was very hard for Zhao Feng to find a breakthrough point. After comparing the 3 people, Zhao Feng thought that the 2 men clothed in black were weaker. If he could finish off these 2 quickly and then concentrate on the gray-clothed man, his chances of winning would be higher. Just as Zhao Feng and the 2 men were getting closer. How will a trivial half-step martial artist fight against 2 peak 4th rankers? The gray-clothed man didn't feel a sense of urgency. He didn't need the 2 men in black to kill Zhao Feng. All he needed was for them to stall Zhao Feng for a moment, and Zhao Feng would definitely die. _kill. Angry Dragon Fists. As Zhao Feng exchanged blows with the 2 black-clothed men, his body perfectly passed through the gap between their attacks. Suddenly, his aura increased dramatically. What? This guy's a true martial artist. The gray-clothed man's expression finally changed. Zhao Feng's aura had obviously shown that he had reached the 4th rank of the martial path. _pa. Zhao Feng's fist was like a roaring dragon that carried a faint green glow and smashed into the chest of one of the men clothed in black. _crack. The bones inside his target were instantly shattered, and the assassin immediately died. Zhao Feng's explosive inner strength had reached the peak of the 4th rank, and Angry Dragon Fist had also reached perfection. With one fist, he killed one of the men in black. This wasn't just because they looked down upon Zhao Feng. It was also because of Zhao Feng's strength and his left eye's calculations. "Little brother!" The other man in black screamed angrily as his eyes turned red. Angry Dragon Fists. Zhao Feng immediately attacked the other man in black. To be merciful to the enemy meant being cruel to himself. "I'll slice you 10,000 times for killing my little brother." The sword in the black-clothed martial artist's hand suddenly gave off extremely powerful chi as he furiously hacked toward Zhao Feng. "Stall him," the gray-clothed man shouted. He only needed the person to stall Zhao Feng, not necessarily kill him. Unfortunately, the black-clothed killer had lost his mind and attacked crazily. Zhao Feng fully utilized his left eye to find flaws of the opponent. However, his time was limited as the gray-clothed man behind him was catching up. _fight. Zhao Feng couldn't care about anything else as his body swiftly floated within range of the black-clothed man's sword. _crack. Zhao Feng finally landed one punch on the opponent's left shoulder. Although the man's arm had been broken, he kept on attacking towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng punched him once again and shattered his throat. Underscore plop. Underscore the man in black fell to the ground dead. Zhao Feng had also paid a price for it. He had suffered some internal damage due to the man landing his last punch on Zhao Feng's chest. After all, his metal wall technique had not reached the 3rd level yet, which meant that he could not take straight hits from cultivators of the same rank. Little kid, you've been hiding pretty deeply. Your true strength is close to the 5th rank of the martial path. However, you will still die today. The gray-clothed man had arrived. There was a dead silence as the two faced one another. Who sent you here? Was it Zhao Tianjian? Zhao Feng stared at the gray-clothed man. He was 80% certain that Zhao Tianjian was the mastermind. He only had one mortal enemy within Sun Feather City, and that was Zhao Tianjian and his son. It doesn't matter who it was or wasn't, since you're going to die either way. The gray-clothed man laughed cruelly and moved like a ghost. The curved blade in his hand sliced toward Zhao Feng. Underscore schwa. 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 Underscore. Zhao Feng felt that the enemy had a high-tier footwork skill and super fast attack speed. Only with the help of his left, I was able to dodge these attacks. If it were someone else that had reached the 4th or 5th rank of the martial path, they would probably have already been killed. The thin curved blade in the gray-clothed man's hand was very sharp. Even Xian Tong's bronze skin wouldn't be able to block it. If Zhao Feng was to take one hit, he would definitely lose his life here. He was also trying to find flaws in the enemy. However, the gray-clothed man was very experienced and had been in many life-death situations, so he had few flaws. Underscore high-ranked sword skill, high-ranked footwork skill, high-rank inner strength skill. All of them have reached the high level. His sword skill has almost reached the peak level. Underscore while Zhao Feng was barely managing to dodge, he also estimated the opponent's strength. The evaluation made his heart go cold. The cultivation of the gray-clothed man had reached the peak of the 5th rank and was close to the 6th. With high-tier martial arts, he was definitely a peak fighter from the 5th ranks of the martial path. As the fight continued, Zhao Feng felt his internal injury getting worse. Underscore I will definitely die if we keep on fighting in close combat. Why not? Underscore Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he thought of a plan. Underscore tongue. Underscore. He suddenly exited the fight and pushed lightly floating fairy and air-crossing breathing technique to the limit. Instantly, he dashed through the trees and headed into the deeper parts of the sky cloud forest. This time, since he had exposed his strength, his lightly floating fairy was half again faster than before. Where are you running? The gray-clothed man exclaimed as he immediately followed. Zhao Feng started to calm down after running a few miles. His opponent, relying on his cultivation and high-ranked, high-level footwork skill, had speed on par with himself. As Zhao Feng ran, he scouted a path for himself by using his left eye and tried to find obstacles that could stall the enemy behind him. Since his left eye could see further and clearer than any normal vision, Zhao Feng was like a fish in the water that swam swiftly without stopping. However, the gray-clothed man was distracted by those obstacles, such as leaves and branches. Although I cannot throw you off, I can still take you further down into the sky cloud forest and make us perish together, Zhao Feng muttered forcefully. He could feel that lightly floating fairy was improving as he ran. Zhao Feng's plan required there a few deadly beasts about. Roar. The deadly beast's roar caused the gray-clothed man's heart to jump. This little bastard, hateful. The man in gray clenched his teeth. If the beasts were low tier, such as the 4th, 5th, or 6th rank of the martial path, the gray-clothed man would be able to protect himself. However, if they were unlucky and met high-tier deadly beasts, normal martial artists wouldn't even have a chance to run. That was because high-tier deadly beasts had strengths comparable to martial masters, the same as the elders of the Zhao sect. Zhao Feng's plan was very simple: to lead the gray-clothed man to places with more deadly beasts. Since his left eye had supervision, Zhao Feng could easily see everything within a 15 km radius. When the two of them reached a place where there were deadly beasts, Zhao Feng would instantly hide in the dead corner of the beast's awareness, so that the beast would find the gray-clothed man first. Roar. Roar. Zhao Feng led the gray-clothed man towards two silver-striped blood leopards with nasty faces. Their bodies were even bigger than the green-headed Tiger King. Zhao Feng estimated that the silver-striped blood leopard's strength was around the 5th rank of the martial path. As soon as they entered the silver-striped blood leopard's territory and disturbed them, Zhao Feng immediately hid between the branches of a tree and quickly used hiding air technique to erase his aura. His hiding air technique had reached the high level and could now fully erase his aura, including scent, as well as dropping his body heat. Zhao Feng dodged the two silver-striped blood leopard senses. The gray-clothed man pursuing behind, however, was not so lucky. He did not have Zhao Feng's eyesight, which could see everything within 15 km. Roar. Who? _. The two silver-striped blood leopards pounced towards the gray-clothed man. Shameless kid, the gray-clothed man swore. He knew where Zhao Feng was, but the two silver-striped leopards had come for him instead. The silver-striped blood leopards had amazing speed as they whipped through the branches. Their strength was around the peak of the 5th rank. If there was only one, the gray-clothed man could easily defeat it, but since there were two, it would be difficult. Just as the man in gray was being beaten by the silver-striped blood leopards. Ha! Zhao Feng, hidden between the gaps of a tree, laughed gloatingly. With his mysterious left eye, his survival rate was much higher than others. Do not blame me for helping. Zhao Feng laughed darkly as he took the silver bow off his back and attached 3 poison arrows to it. Zhao Feng didn't fire immediately, instead using his left eye to calculate the route of his arrows. Once I shoot, my aura will be found by the two deadly beasts. Zhao Feng kept calm. He did not want to face off against the two silver-striped blood leopards as soon as he killed the man in gray. The man in gray was barely able to deal with the two deadly beasts, but he also used part of his energy to keep a lookout for Zhao Feng's tricks. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. This person was worthy of being an elite. In this situation, he was still able to keep his guard up. Hong. Right at this moment, a slight tremble came from the ground, as if there was a massive beast coming through. C. The two silver-striped blood leopards, who had a cultivation at the peak of 5th rank, immediately shuddered and stopped attacking. Roar. A frightening howl sounded throughout a 15 km radius. Uncountable wild beasts and even some deadly beasts trembled upon hearing it. What is that? Zhao Feng felt his eardrums rattle. Just the roar made him become uneasy. Not good. The gray-clothed man seemed to realize something, and his face instantly turned white. The man in gray knew more about sky, cloud, forest than Zhao Feng. Using his left eye, Zhao Feng saw a purple-black-colored two-winged sword-teeth tiger, 7 to 8 meters high and tens of meters long. It looked like a small hill. Such size made him tremble in awe. In terms of length, the green-headed Tiger King would be an infant compared to it. The most terrifying part was the pair of jet-black wings on the tiger's back, allowing it to fly. Hong. Trees would shatter to pieces wherever the two-winged sword-teeth tiger went. Two-winged sword-teeth tiger, high-tier deadly beast. Strength around the 8th rank of the martial path. The gray-clothed man quavered in fear. The aura of a high-tier deadly beast would make one tremble in respect. Zhao Feng's legs shook helplessly. He couldn't control his body under the frightening aura. Roar. A loud roar came from the two-winged sword-teeth tiger, which now pounced towards the silver-striped blood leopards and the man in gray. Help me. The gray-clothed man tried to resist. Crack. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger opened its mouth and swallowed a silver-striped blood tiger whole. The scene made Zhao Feng's heart go cold. Zhao Feng even had the feeling that the two-winged sword-teeth tiger knew of his existence. After the two-winged sword-teeth tiger ate a silver-striped blood leopard, Its blood-purple eyes casually looked towards where Zhao Feng was hiding. Underscore what? Underscore Zhao Feng felt his body turn cold. When a deadly beast reached the high tier, it was not to be underestimated. Have you ever seen a tiger with wings that is the size of a hill? Underscore run. Run fast. If I don't run, there won't be any chance left. Underscore Zhao Feng's survival instincts kicked in. Under the frightening pressure, Zhao Feng poured all his energy into his left eye and became calm again. It also released sizzles of heat that spread out evenly throughout his body. Zhao Feng felt his terror decrease. Underscore run. Underscore his body turned into a blur as he ran towards a dead corner. However, Zhao Feng could still feel a deadly aura come crushing down on him. Underscore crack. Underscore. A scream came from behind him. The other silver-striped blood leopard had also died. In an instant, the two-winged sword-teeth tiger had killed two deadly beasts of the peak 5th rank. There was only the man in gray left. Underscore run. Underscore the gray-clothed man ran despairingly in the other direction. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger was slowly chewing the food in its mouth before it slowly and leisurely chased after the man in gray. Although the two-winged sword-teeth tiger was going slow, the distance between the two was quickly decreasing. The man in gray had a high-ranked speed skill which had trained to the high level, and in his desperation, his speed was half again faster than Zhao Feng. On the other side, Zhao Feng's speed also exploded desperately. His lightly floating ferry was now even smoother. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 4th rank. Although Zhao Feng felt his cultivation increase, he didn't feel any happiness because the two-winged sword-teeth tiger's senses were extremely powerful. Even if one ran 20 km away, one would still be found. Heavenly Moon, cut. The gray-clothed man used his final attack knowing that he would die. That sword's strength had reached the peak level. Not only that, the man's cultivation had broken through to the 6th rank. Underscore schwa. Underscore. That blade of despair, which could kill almost any cultivator of the 6th rank, hit the body of the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. Underscore roar. Underscore. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger opened its mouth and swallowed the man in gray and his weapons whole. As for that devastating heavenly moon cut, it left a 1 cm wound on the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. For a creature of such size, this kind of attack was nothing more than a tickle. As the gray-clothed man died, Zhao Feng felt himself become shrouded in death. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger's next target was him. It was good that there was still a gap between them, and that the tiger was only slowly chasing him. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger also ate some wild and deadly beasts as it chased after him. Zhao Feng originally thought that since the tiger was full, it would let him go. However, the two-winged sword-teeth tiger seemed to be playing with him, slowly but surely pursuing him. This bastard, Zhao Feng swore as he used his left eye to find a route for survival. A small creek appeared on his left-hand side. It led into a canyon. Zhao Feng saw that there was a deep cave 10 km into the canyon. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger wouldn't be able to fit inside that cave. Zhao Feng quickly changed direction and ran towards the creek. Underscore tongue. Tongue. Tongue underscore. Zhao Feng's feet lightly stepped on top of the water as he crossed the creek. He had already trained lightly floating ferry to such a level that walking on water wasn't hard at all. Underscore who? Who underscore? The two-winged sword-teeth tiger suddenly flapped its wings as it pounced toward Zhao Feng. Underscore run. Underscore Zhao Feng sprinted straight towards the cave. The tiger wasn't technically a flying beast, so its flying speed wasn't fast. Adding on the fact that it was full, it could not fly that fast. However, it still chased Zhao Feng. The cave came closer and closer. 10 km, 9 km, 8 km. Just as there was 2 km left, Zhao Feng felt a cold and dark aura. Underscore who underscore. The aura came from within the canyon. Underscore seep underscore. The weird sound caused Zhao Feng's heart to tremble. The tiger behind him also hesitated. It was obvious that it was being wary as well. Underscore who long underscore. Suddenly, a loud trembling came from within the canyon. A blood-red python, tens of meters long, came out from the cave. The aura of this python wasn't any weaker than that of the tiger. Zhao Feng's body froze. There was a python in front and a tiger behind. This was even worse than before. Luckily, the python's attention was first attracted by the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. The two creatures faced off against one another. The two-winged tiger roared in midair, as if showing its dominance. The blood-red python hissed back. This was its territory. As for Zhao Feng, this weakling was ignored. After facing each other for a breath or three, the two-winged sword-teeth tiger finally lost its patience and pounced towards the blood-red python. _so_ The python lunged straight towards the tiger. Immediately, the two deadly beasts were fighting one another. Where they fought, the ground trembled. Zhao Feng cautiously concealed his aura as he slowly moved towards the cave. _C. Roar _ The two beasts began to bite each other. The bloody scene made Zhao Feng's heart jump. Sometime later, the movements of the two beasts grew smaller and smaller. Half an hour later, there was dead silence within the canyon. Zhao Feng let out a long breath as he slowly moved toward the bodies of the two deadly beasts. He had also confirmed that the two beasts were dead with his left eye. Zhao Feng sighed as he arrived in front of the hill-sized beasts. He couldn't take them back with him to Sun Feather City. They were far too big. Suddenly a cold light caught his eye. _E_. Zhao Feng bent down and pulled out a curved blade from the tiger's corpse. This curved blade was the gray man's weapon. It was extremely sharp. _roar _ The deadly beasts and wild beasts nearby started to howl. Zhao Feng used his left eye to scan the area and was immediately shocked. There were over 30 beasts at the 6th rank of the martial path closing in. _not good. The corpses of these two high-tier deadly beasts must have attracted other beasts. Zhao Feng immediately took the curved blade and ran towards the blood-red python's cave. As he went deeper, the cave grew roomier. There were some deadly beasts and wild beasts inside the cave, but they were all weak. As he could see them from a distance, he used his silver bow to pick them off. When they got close, he would use his new curved blade. The blade would easily slice through the deadly beasts. Soon, a blood-red rock wall appeared, and under the red rock wall, there was a blood-red pond. From time to time, there were bubbles popping on the surface of the pond. Zhao Feng didn't know what the red liquid was, but he felt that its aura was similar to that of the python. Blood plant, blood spirit grass, blood bamboo rock, 300 years old, 500 years old, 1,000 years old. Zhao Feng laughed as his eyes rested upon the red rock. Some treasure medicines grew on the rock wall, and the oldest one had reached 1,000 years. As Zhao Feng had once eaten 200- and 300-year-old resources, he obviously knew the worth of these medicines. A normal 500-year-old blood plant was worth 20,000 silver or so. As for blood plants and blood spirit grasses over 1,000 years of age, there weren't any in stock in Sun Feather City. Zhao Feng roughly calculated that there were around 2,300-year plants, over 10 500-year plants, and 3 1,000-year-old plants. 500-year-old plants are great for normal martial artists. As for 1,000-year-old plants, they're even rare for cultivators of the 6th rank and martial masters, 7th rank and higher. Zhao Feng couldn't restrain his happiness. When one didn't die, there was definitely luck coming your way. Zhao Feng had been in a life-death situation, but he survived, and in desperation, he had come to this land of luck. As Zhao Feng walked towards the red rock wall, he didn't pick the precious plants immediately. His eyesight focused on the red pond. There was some dead skin of a python lying next to the pond. As for the liquid, it flowed from the rock wall. For the red rock wall to grow such precious materials, it can be seen that the liquid is definitely not normal. Zhao Feng stared in excitement. He cautiously bent down and touched the red liquid. Suddenly, there was a pulse from his left eye. The blood-red liquid effect was even better than the body-strengthening powder. Great! The blood-red pond was the source in which the rock wall was able to grow such rare resources. _plop. Zhao Feng immediately jumped in the pond. _galugulu. Underscore Zhao Feng felt a hot and spicy energy entering his pores. Underscore Wu underscore. Zhao Feng couldn't restrain himself from moaning in pleasure. Underscore the energy from this pond is much more stronger than the body-strengthening powder I bought. Underscore. Zhao Feng circulated air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique at the same time. The blood-red liquid was very mysterious. It could not only help strengthen one's body, it could also increase one's inner strength. Underscore time flowed by underscore. Under the help of the liquid, Zhao Feng felt the level of his air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique increase dramatically. Over 70% of the energy had been absorbed by his bones, blood, and skin. Underscore around half a day later underscore. Zhao Feng felt his metal wall technique finally progress from the peak of the second level to the third level. He felt that his skin was as strong as bronze, and that his bones were even harder. Metal wall technique has reached the third level. My defense has doubled, and my strength has increased by 200 kg. Zhao Feng was very satisfied. If the metal wall technique was fully consolidated at the third level, his body could face swords and blades straight on. After reaching the third level, Zhao Feng rested for a few hours more in the red liquid. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank, and his inner strength was approaching the 5th rank. In a life and death situation in the Sky Cloud Forest before, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank. Even the man in gray had reached the 6th rank before he died. It looks like that one's potential can be drawn out best when they are in life and death situations, he mused to himself. After metal wall technique was fully consolidated, he jumped out of the pond and walked to the entrance of the cave. Underscore roar, Kong, rare, underscore. Deadly beasts and stronger wild beasts were killing each other over the corpses of the 2 high-tier deadly beasts. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the worth of high-tier deadly beasts. They were worth more than 20 times than the price of a low-tier deadly beast. But these deadly beasts and wild beasts could eat the corpses of the 2 high-tier deadly beasts to increase their own strength. Zhao Feng was scared to face so many beasts, so he retreated back to the pond. I'll just train a bit more here then, he said to himself. He laid down in the blood pond and started to cultivate again. The use of the blood-red pond was very helpful. Once he left, he wouldn't have the chance to come back. Underscore another half day later underscore. Zhao Feng's cultivation and inner strength were both extremely close to the 5th rank of the martial path. Inside his left eye, the green glow had reached 1.55 meters. I could try to break through to the 5th rank soon, Zhao Feng said as he jumped out of the pond and started to perform Angry Dragon Fists. Angry Dragon Fists had already been trained to the max level. Now, the power of some moves had exceeded the original limit. From a different point of view, it could be said that this was a new martial art now. Zhao Feng felt like he was burning. Underscore tongue, underscore. Zhao Feng picked a 500-year-old blood plant off the red rock wall. When a normal martial artist reached the peak of a rank, they couldn't break through to the next rank immediately. This was because there was a problem called a bottleneck. Zhao Feng's purpose of using the blood plant was to open this bottleneck. The 500-year blood plant had much more energy than a 300-year-old blood plant. As Zhao Feng ate it, he immediately felt the energy run wildly through his body. He immediately circulated air, crossing breathing technique to absorb the energy. Underscore one day and one night later, underscore. Zhao Feng felt his blood mix with his inner strength. He felt more and more threads of inner strength being formed. Underscore the amount of inner strength I have has almost doubled since I've broken through to the 5th rank. My body's attributes have obviously been increased as well. Underscore. Zhao Feng could see the changes throughout his body with his left eye. Underscore soon. Underscore he consolidated his realm and absorbed the remnants of the medicine, adding inner strength onto his air-crossing breathing technique. His raw speed had reached a whole new level. Zhao Feng's overall strength had undergone dramatic changes due to the breakthrough. If he met the gray-clothed man now, he was certain that he could fight and win. Cultivation was the base strength. As the base strength increases, chi, speed, and skills will have much more power. After another day of consolidation, Zhao Feng had once again returned to the cave entrance. Underscore Wu roar. Underscore. A piercing scream came from within the canyon. Zhao Feng couldn't stop himself from trembling. Underscore that was underscore. His expression changed. Inside the canyon, an 8-meter-long azure-eyed hyena stood. The hyena released its deadly aura, and it made all the wild and deadly beasts within a 15-cam radius cower in fear. It was obvious that the azure-eyed hyena was also a high-tier deadly beast. Its strength wasn't any weaker than the blood-red python or the 2-winged sword-teeth tiger. The hyena spotted Zhao Feng as soon as he peeked out of the cave, and it came pouncing towards him like the wind immediately. Underscore what speed underscore. Zhao Feng's pupils contracted as he activated his inner strength and retreated back into the cave. Underscore Hong underscore. The cave began to shake as the hyena crashed into the entrance. The shockwave caused Zhao Feng to groan in pain. High-tier, deadly beast. What power, he cursed. Because he had been circulating his inner strength and he had reached the 3rd level of the metal wall technique, he was unharmed. If it was a cultivator of the 4th rank of the martial path, the shockwave alone could have almost killed them. Underscore Peng underscore. The azure-eyed hyena repeatedly attacked the entrance. Zhao Feng felt like the mountain was shaking. It was good that the entrance was hard enough and small compared to the azure-eyed hyena. After a few attacks, the entrance began to crumble instead. Underscore boom. Underscore the entrance came down. Underscore Underscore Zhao Feng's face turned black. After a few more rumbles, the azure-eyed hyena left the entrance. However, Zhao Feng could still feel its aura. After the blood-red python died, this was now the hyena's territory. Even if Zhao Feng managed to dig outside, he would still have to face a strong enemy. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to return back to the depths of the cave. The cave still had small animals and beasts which could be used for food. Underscore plop. Underscore. Zhao Feng jumped back into the blood-red pond, and he started to concentrate on training metal wall technique again. The red liquid had great benefits for the body. Zhao Feng felt his body undergo subtle changes. Underscore peh. Peh. Underscore. The thumping inside his left eye released sizzles of heat throughout his body, which made his absorption rate of the red liquid increase. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Zhao Feng felt his body becoming harder and harder. Half a day, 1 day, 2 days. After 2 days, Zhao Feng finally reached the 4th level of the metal wall technique. Every level after that would give the cultivator a massive increase in power. Once this body martial art was trained to the 4th level, the cultivator's body was as tough as a metal wall and impenetrable. This meant that Zhao Feng could counter Xian Fei with his body alone, and most cultivators of the 4th and 5th rank couldn't harm him. The 4th level of the metal wall technique not only strengthened the skin, it also strengthened the bones by molding them inside, which meant that the cultivator's strength far surpassed others of the same rank. Zhao Feng felt that the changes within his body were very obvious. Without using inner strength, his every move and action would still contain unstoppable power. I can easily beat cultivators of the 4th rank with just my body. I can even counter against some 5th rankers. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and examined his body. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally realized the greatness of a body martial skill. If he had first trained metal wall technique to the 4th level, he wouldn't have had a hard time fighting the 3 assassins. Underscore tongue. Underscore. Zhao Feng jumped out of the pond and consolidated his foundation. Then, he crept towards the entrance. The entrance had been fully blocked by the fallen stones. However, Zhao Feng could still see the scenery outside through the gaps. It still hasn't left yet. Zhao Feng scrunched up his eyebrows. The azure-eyed hyena was lying inside the canyon, sleeping. Zhao Feng didn't dare make any suspicious moves. All he did was move some of the smaller rocks aside. Underscore Wu. Underscore. Just at this moment, the azure-eyed hyena howled. Zhao Feng felt helpless as he returned back to the cave. Being a high-tier, deadly beast, the azure-eyed hyena had extreme senses. Trying to hide from it wasn't easy. There's still 2 more days till the main tournament starts. Zhao Feng was slightly aggravated as he soaked inside the pond. He couldn't forcefully break out. The strength of the azure-eyed hyena was at the 8th rank of the martial path. Any cultivators under the 7th rank would be instantly killed. Every 3 ranks was a huge difference. For example, a cultivator at the peak of the 6th rank would easily lose to a cultivator that had reached the 7th rank, all other things being equal. The hyena was a martial master, as it had reached the 8th rank. Even some of the sect's elders couldn't beat it. Zhao Feng decided that if he couldn't get out, he should just cultivate. Lying in the pond, he circulated air, crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique again. Although the red liquid still greatly helped metal wall technique, the increase was now much slower than before. 2 more days passed by in a blink. Zhao Feng's metal wall technique had increased by leaps and bounds again, although it didn't reach the 5th level. Throughout that period, he had eaten a 500-year-old blood plant and a 500-year-old blood bamboo shoot. Zhao Feng then ate a blood spirit grass and felt his inner strength purify into a higher quality. With the help of the blood plant and the red pond, the level of his inner strength had reached the peak of the 5th rank. It wasn't any weaker than Zhao Han's now. The use of the blood bamboo shoot was even more helpful. It helped excrete the poisons in one's body. Having used so many treasured resources, there were some poisons inside his body, and he had some small internal injuries. But after using the blood bamboo shoot, he felt himself excrete a thick black liquid multiple times, which helped him get rid of the poisons and heal his internal injuries. At this moment, Zhao Feng's inner strength was at the peak of the 5th rank, and his cultivation was closing on the peak 5th rank as well. His metal wall technique was almost at the peak of the 4th level, but he didn't feel happy at all. Today is the start of the main tournament. Zhao Feng shook his head sadly. He was still trapped within the cave, and he couldn't get out. During this time, Sun Feather City, Zhao's sect, All the elite inner disciples had showed up. First place Zhao Linlong, second place Zhao Qi, third place Zhao Han. All the geniuses had arrived. Why isn't he here yet? Zhao Yufei, beautiful eyes scanned around the place, but she couldn't see Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had finally reached the 4th rank of the martial path after half a month. This included the help of air-crossing breathing technique and precious resources. On the stage, there were 50 chairs arranged in 5 rows. On the seats sat 50 inner disciples. The 50 chairs represented the 50 spots of inner disciples. The first 3 chair owners were the top 3 disciples of the Zhao sect. All of them had at least reached the 5th rank of the martial path. By looking at their auras, it could be seen that Zhao Qi and Zhao Han had both recently reached the 5th rank. As for the number 1 disciple Zhao Linlong, he had never opened his eyes from the start, making him all the more mysterious. He never opened his eyes to watch any fights. Why isn't the top outer disciple Zhao Feng here? Yeah, I heard that he beat a cultivator of the 4th rank only using the strength of a half-step martial artist, the sect disciples discussed. Only a small number of people from the Zhao sect high levels realized Zhao Feng wasn't here. On the stage, If he was here and was the 4th rank of the martial path at least, he would be able to reach top 5 without a problem. One white-bearded old man murmured to himself. This white-bearded old man was the main judge of the Outer Disciples contest, the one who had blocked Zhao Tianjin's attack. Today he was also one of the 2 main judges of the main tournament. If he can arrive, then the sun must be coming from the south. Zhao Tianjin's eyes flashed violently, but then he thought suspiciously, but why hasn't Gray Eagle, the one that took the mission, reported back yet? Inside the sky, cloud forest, in the cave, Zhao Feng was clinging onto his last string of hope. Time passed slowly. He was certain that the main tournament had now started. With the azure-eyed hyena guarding outside, Zhao Feng didn't dare to make any rash moves. All he could do was duly cultivate metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique. Another day passed by in a flash. Zhao Feng's metal wall technique had reached the peak of the 4th level. His inner strength had reached the limit of the 5th rank. Even his cultivation was slowly proceeding towards the peak of the 5th rank. One day has passed from the start of the main tournament. Zhao Feng didn't have any hope left. Although the inner disciple tournament was important, it wasn't as important as his own life. Furthermore, if he had enough strength, he wouldn't need to fear anyone when he returned back to the sect. _roar, _. From inside the canyon came a shout. _HM, _. Zhao Feng immediately jumped out of the pond. That sound clearly came from the azure-eyed hyena. I'll go and check it out. Zhao Feng used lightly floating fairy and arrived at the cave entrance rapidly. Through the cracks, he saw the view of the outside. From the other side of the canyon, a few humans appeared. Humans. Zhao Feng first was happy, then his mood dropped again. Only martial masters would be able to take on high-tier, deadly beasts. Zhao Feng's left, I could see that 5 km away from the cave, there were 2 men and 1 woman. Their ages were around 17 or 18, the oldest was around 20. With their age, it was almost impossible for them to be a martial master. In Zhao Feng's mind, the sect's elders had all reached 70 or 80. But the hyena seemed to be wary of the people. The 3 people all wore the same clothes, so it seemed that they were from the same faction. As they were 5 km away, Zhao Feng couldn't hear their voices as his ears weren't as powerful as his eye. At this time, the youth at the front said faintly, "This bastard seems to have some intelligence." "No challenge at all," the other youth said disdainfully. "Leave it to me," the girl said. "Sure, little sister Yuan. Your actual combat skills are too weak. You probably can't even kill it in 1 move," the youth at the front said. If Zhao Feng could hear what they were saying, he would have been shocked. Soon, he watched the girl walk towards the high-tier deadly beast. _woo, _. The azure-eyed hyena pounced toward the girl. _oh my god, _. Zhao Feng was stunned. That girl was going to die. Zhao Feng's left, I was pushed to the maximum. The whole world slowed down tenfold. Break! The girl floated up. Her jade hands lightly swiped the air, and an azure-colored light formed in her hands, and then flew at the head of the hyena. _SSSS, _. The tougher-than-metal skin of the azure-eyed hyena was easily sliced open. The hyena screamed as its head exploded. _home, _. The corpse fell to the ground. Zhao Feng was shocked. His left eye was still thumping. Inside the pitch-black dimension of his eye, the green light split into 2 figures. One of them was the hyena, while the other was the girl. The 2 figures closed in on each other. The girl simply waved her hand. Her attack contained insights too deep for Zhao Feng to understand and killed the hyena in 1 hit. The scene in his mind was replayed back and forth. Zhao Feng stood dazed, as if he was in a trance. He was so focused that he didn't even notice the 3 people leaving. Little sister Yuan, although your opponent was very weak, the power of that move wasn't bad. The youth at the front praised her. When Zhao Feng opened his eyes, there was no one left inside the canyon. Only the corpse of the azure-eyed hyena. Everything that happened was like a dream. But if he closed his left eye, the scene of the girl killing the high-tier deadly beast would be replayed back and forth. Unexpectedly, his left eye had opened a new ability. It could memorize any scene he witnessed and replay it perfectly. If Zhao Feng was willing, he could open the scene and try to gain some insights. He knew that his knowledge of the outside world was limited. The Azure Flower continent had a countless number of countries. Just Skycloud Forest alone passed through more than 10 countries. Sunfeather City was just a small city within a country. Regaining his composure, Zhao Feng soon turned happy. Now that the hyena was dead, nothing could stop him from leaving. I need to leave fast. Zhao Feng felt anxious as he thought about the main tournament. The cave entrance was blocked by rocks. All he needed to do was open up a path. Peng. The smaller rocks were only about 150 kg. Just with his body alone, he could crush the rocks. If he added inner strength to it, the rocks would be shattered. When Zhao Feng met larger rocks, he started to push them aside. Normal 5th rankers had 750 kg of strength using their body alone. Because Zhao Feng had trained the metal wall technique to the 4th level, he had at least 1,250 kilograms of power, 500 more than what normal cultivators of the 5th rank had. Even so, the main use of metal wall technique was to help increase one's defense and not increase one's power. Zhao Feng finally opened the path up after half an hour. However, he didn't leave immediately. There were still some precious resources left on the red rock wall. Roar. At this moment, some deadly beasts and wild beasts began to scream. The body of the high-tier deadly beast will attract more beasts. Having been through this before, Zhao Feng immediately increased his speed. Like a rocket, he flew to the rock wall and took some of the plants. There was only one goal for him: to take the 3 1,000-year-old plants. The 1,000-year blood plant, 1,000-year blood spirit grass, and the 1,000-year blood bamboo shoot. He had a couple reasons for why he did this. First, he had to save time. There were many beasts gathering. Second, although the 300 and 500-year-old plants were precious, Zhao Feng had already eaten many of them, so their effects weren't that useful for him. Sung. He didn't dare stop after he took the plants. Entering the canyon, there were already 7 or 8 deadly beasts fighting each other. There were also 30 strong wild beasts here. All of them had the strength of a 4th rank. Zhao Feng tried his best to dodge the beasts and headed straight towards the creek. Although he tried to dodge the beasts, there were still some wild and deadly beasts that came for him. "You're courting death," Zhao Feng shouted as his palm hit a low-tier deadly beast. Crack. The bones of the low-tier deadly beast was instantly shattered. This attack of his was pure muscle, not a bit of inner strength used. The low-tier deadly beast was slightly stronger than the green-headed Tiger King he'd met when he first came to the Sky Cloud Forest. Killing the beast in one hit caused the other wild beasts to scatter in fear, and following his memory, Zhao Feng made his way back the way he came. On the way, he again met many deadly beasts. This was because the high-tier deadly beast corpse just attracted way too many other animals. Flaming metal fist, Zhao Feng shouted as a faint green glow poured out from his fist. The fist hit a low-tier deadly beast whose strength was equal to a cultivator of the 5th rank. Under this one punch, the low-tier deadly beast had its organs shattered. With the use of the blood spirit grass and blood-red pond, his inner strength was much stronger than the inner strength of other 5th ranks. When he fully circulated air crossing breathing technique, he could instantly kill a cultivator of the same rank. 1 hour later. Zhao Feng finally reached the outer edges of the Sky Cloud Forest and rushed back towards Sun Feather City. I heard that the Zhao sect main tournament is ending soon. The main tournament is divided into the ranking challenge and the spot challenge. Out of the 100 people, only 50 will be inner disciples. The latter should be finished now. I'm so sad I couldn't get to watch. On the way, Feng heard some information about what was going on. After he returned to the sect, he didn't immediately go towards the place where the main tournament was held. Instead, he first returned home and put the 3 1,000-year-old plants away. Quickly, he changed his clothes and rushed out the door. Zhao Feng used his hiding air technique to show that his cultivation was only at the peak 4th rank. As for his inner strength, it was showing the 5th rank. This is the best I can do. Zhao Feng soon arrived at the place by using lightly floating fairy. At this moment, the tournament seemed to be in the 2nd stage. After 1 day of intense fighting, the spot challenge has ended and the 50 inner disciples have been decided. The ranking challenge will be next. The 50 of you left will challenge one another to find out the overall ranking, and according to your ranks, the prizes will be given. A powerful and old voice reverberated. In the middle of the site, there was an arena. Opposite the arena, there was a stage. There were 50 seats on the stage, and on each seat sat one person, representing an inner disciple. The first round spot challenge was when the 50 outer disciples challenged the 50 inner disciples, trying to get an inner disciple spot. Zhao Feng scanned and found that from the outer disciples, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Guang had all reached the top 50. However, their ranks were mostly in the last 10. Only Zhao Yufei had reached the top 20. Obviously, this was the spot challenge rankings and not the real rankings. I still came late. Zhao Feng used his identity card and passed through the checkpoint. It's Zhao Feng. It's him, the top outer disciple. Zhao Feng immediately attracted the crowd's attention. Judge, can I still participate? Zhao Feng said as he arrived, puffing from his run. No matter who you are, you cannot join since the first round of the tournament is over, the judge said. He didn't think that Zhao Feng needed special attention. HM? It's him. The white-bearded main judge's eyes lit up. He was the main judge of the Outer Disciples contest and had seen Zhao Feng dominated. Hearing the judge's words, Zhao Feng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't very interested since there were only 2 to 3 people who were his match. But Zhao Feng was still interested by the rewards. If one reached the top 3, they could go to the martial arts library and choose a peak rank skill. Wait, the command came from the main judge. Main judge? What do you mean? The judge that was organizing asked doubtfully. This kid easily dominated the Outer Disciples contest and came in first. His understanding and potential is immeasurable. I think we can give him a chance, the white-bearded old man said. Zhao Feng looked gratefully towards him. The judge had helped him more than once. I oppose. A cold voice sounded from opposite corner. The person was Zhao Tianjian. Every country has their own rules. How can rules be changed for one person? If they arrive late for the main tournament, then it is obvious that he is disregarding the rules. Zhao Tianjian said righteously. Zhao Feng felt sick. He was late because Zhao Tianjian had sent assassins after him. Now, Zhao Tianjian was stopping him from entering the tournament. You're right. Zhao Tianjian is correct. We can't let people like him through the back door. This kid can wait for the next tournament 3 years later. Many people sent gloating looks at Zhao Feng. The high-ups of the Zhao sect started to discuss among themselves. This year's contest was very important. Not only had some of the elders arrived, even the head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, was here. Their point of view was different than others. They would rather raise more geniuses than care about rules. What do the 2 main judges think? The head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, said without expression. 3 people had the most power in the main tournament. The head of the sect and the 2 main judges. I support Zhao Feng. It's better for the sect if we have more geniuses, the white-bearded main judge said. Immediately, all the people turned to look at the other main judge. The other judge was a white-robed old man. Zhao Feng saw that this person was familiar. He then immediately realized that this person was the one guarding the martial arts library the last time he'd visited. The white-robed old man also saw Zhao Feng and said deeply, I also support Zhao Feng. The crowd stirred. Both the main judges had decided to support Zhao Feng. 2 of the 3 people who had the most power here had decided to help Zhao Feng. Even the head of the sect couldn't do anything about it now. How could this happen? Zhao Tianjian's face turned green. With the head of the sect and the 2 main judges agreeing, no one dared to oppose them. This was the first time Zhao Feng had ever felt a sense of belonging to his sect. Zhao Tianjian was trembling in anger. He couldn't believe that Zhao Feng could return alive. Gray Eagle has failed. With Gray Eagle's strength, how could he possibly fail? Zhao Feng, the judge said. I shall explain the rules to you now. Yes. Zhao Feng listened carefully. People challenged one another in this tournament. The first round spot challenge was when the 50 outer disciples challenged the 50 inner disciples. If they won, they took the place of the inner disciples. Every outer disciple had 3 chances to challenge someone. If they lost all 3 challenges, then they would remain outer disciples. Therefore, before the outer disciples challenged anyone, they first had to estimate their own strength and choose the weaker inner disciples. Zhao Feng, since you were late, you only have 1 chance to challenge someone, the judge said strictly. 1 chance? Zhao Feng nodded his head. I understand. With his strength, he could easily become an inner disciple. Unless Zhao Feng was retarded and chose someone like Zhao Linlong, he would win. Obviously, Zhao Feng would not challenge the strongest guy straight away. Now you can choose one person. If you win, you can take their spot, the judge warned. Okay. Zhao Feng jumped on stage and surveyed the 50 people. 50 people, 50 seats, all arranged in order. The order from left to right went Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, Zhao Qin. The first row of 10 represented the top 10 inner disciples. On the 7th chair of the second row, Zhao Feng spotted Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei looked at him and gently smiled. The two were neighbors and were quite familiar with each other. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Gan, and Zhao Guang were between 40th and 50th place. Apart from Zhao Feng, there were only 5 others that had become inner disciples. Who should I challenge? Zhao Feng smiled as he inspected them. Zhao Linlong, who was in first place, had his eyes closed, as if he was trying to gain insights into something. It seemed like the tournament had nothing to do with him. The top inner disciples didn't even worry. However, the disciples ranked at the bottom were nervous. After all, Zhao Feng was the top outer disciple. He could easily reach the top 10 with his strength. Underscore the second row, 6th seat. Underscore Zhao Feng's eyes settled on the person on Zhao Yufei's right. Number 16, Zhao Fei. Please come out, the judge said. Zhao Fei was 16 or 17 years old. He had the cultivation of the peak 3rd rank, but his aura wasn't any weaker than cultivators of the 4th rank. Kid, don't think that you can beat me just because you've reached the 4th rank. Zhao Fei calmly walked on stage. This Zhao Fei is pretty strong. With his block metal body, he's beaten 2 quasi-martial artists. Zhao Feng might not advance so smoothly. In terms of winning, Zhao Feng obviously had a higher chance. But his opponent's strength wasn't weak either, so it would be a tough fight. Metal Sand Palm. Zhao Fei only used a middle-ranked martial art. Underscore Pa. Underscore. The damage was higher than most high-ranked martial arts. This was because it had been trained to the peak level. Zhao Feng was slightly impressed. At the outer disciple contest, only he had trained middle-ranked martial arts to the high level. The thing was, Zhao Fei's metal sand palm complemented his block metal body. Therefore, this palm could beat Zhao Yijian's ice-flowing sword. Zhao Fei's strength is not any weaker than half-step martial artists now. A few of the inner disciples nodded in approval. Flaming Metal Fist. Zhao Feng casually threw out a punch. He was using core-ranked martial arts. Not only that, he didn't add any inner strength to it. This scene caused many people to be shocked. Not using inner strength meant that he didn't have an advantage. Kid, don't try to be cool. Zhao Fei took a deep breath and circulated block metal body and metal sand palm to his limit. Originally, he didn't think that he'd beat Zhao Feng. He could only spar a bit. But since the opponent was so arrogant, on the stage, the two figures closed in on each other, and the fist and palm hit the other. Break. Zhao Fei had a face of urgency and happiness, but reality is cruel. Underscore pa. Underscore. The second his palm hit the fist, he felt overwhelming power numb his arm. Underscore. Underscore. Zhao Fei's started to sweat. He felt that Zhao Feng was as powerful as a bull. Underscore Pong. Underscore. Zhao Fei didn't even understand what was happening and was sent flying. One move. All it took Zhao Feng to beat Zhao Fei was one move. Although it wasn't surprising that Zhao Feng would win, to win in one move was startling. He won by using core-ranked martial arts, and he didn't use any inner strength. Zhao Feng has learned a high-ranked body martial art. Zhao Feng, challenge successful. You are ranked 16th for now. As for Zhao Fei, you have 3 chances to challenge someone, the judge declared. After beating Zhao Fei, Zhao Feng walked calmly to the 6th seat of the second row. On his left was Zhao Yufei. Your metal wall technique has reached at least the 3rd level, Zhao Yufei said, slightly surprised. Zhao Feng had learned this skill from her grandfather only a week ago. According to her knowledge, metal wall technique was very hard to train. Her grandfather had said that Zhao Feng would only be able to train it to the 2nd level at best. But from Zhao Feng's performance, his metal wall technique had reached at least the 3rd level. Yeah, Zhao Feng smiled. His metal wall technique had already reached the peak 4th level. There was a huge difference between the 3rd and 4th level. Zhao Feng didn't even use half his strength when fighting Zhao Fei. On stage, the fighting continued. According to the rules, Zhao Fei had another chance to challenge someone. Soon, Zhao Fei successfully beat someone who was ranked 26th. The tournament was delayed since Zhao Feng had entered halfway through to get through the new spot challenges. Because there were 50 spots for inner disciples and there was 51 people, one person was eliminated. But Zhao Feng and 5 other outer disciples had become inner disciples. The spot challenge has finished. He judge let out a breath and started to declare. They were proceeding to the ranking tournament. According to the previous news, the top 20, 10, and 3 had different rewards. The top 3 could choose peak ranked martial arts. This was where Zhao Feng was especially interested. It was obvious that the competition was going to be very fierce. Also, the inner disciples' ranking decided one's honor and glory. All the youths here were 18 or under, and they had the desire to win. The second round ranking tournament means that all of you have 3 chances to challenge someone. If you fail, then your chances decrease by 1, the judge said. The rules were very clear. The ones ranked behind would challenge the ones ranked higher. If they won, they would replace the opponent's rank. Everyone only had 3 chances to challenge someone. If they were successful, they still had 3 chances, but if they failed, their chances decreased by 1. Understood. The 50 people nodded their heads. The ones ranked last challenged others first. It started with rank 50. However, for those at the bottom, they were already very happy in becoming an inner disciple, and they knew that they had no chance to get to the top 20. Therefore, there weren't many 40th to 50th ranked people doing challenges. Even if there were, they just wanted to show off, and if they won higher rankings, they didn't even get any rewards. 40th, 39th, 38th. The rankings edged closer and closer. When it reached the 20th to 30th places, the fighting became more and more fierce. People such as Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian had all reached the top 30. Zhao Yijian had reached 12th, and Zhao Yu had reached 15th. Overall, the top 20 inner disciples had the strength of quasi-martial artists. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei were both true martial artists, so no one dared to challenge them. There were less than 10 disciples who had reached the 4th rank of the martial path. After the top 20 were confirmed, they started to compete for the top 10. Soon, it was Zhao Yufei's turn to challenge someone. Zhao Feng would challenge someone after Zhao Yufei's turn. There were several top 10 inner disciples that had not reached the 4th rank of the martial path. Zhao Yufei decided to challenge number 6, and she won her match easily. After reaching the top 10, Zhao Yufei gave up her chance to keep on challenging someone. This way, she could still save her 2 chances for the next 2 rounds. Number 16, Zhao Feng. It's your turn, the judge declared. It was finally Zhao Feng's turn. Being the top outer disciple, who would he challenge? The top 6 had all reached the 4th rank. Zhao Linlong had reached the peak of the 5th rank, a bit better than Zhao Feng. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Zhao Feng slowly said, "Pass." "What?" "Pass. Giving up your chance to challenge someone this round means that you only have 2 chances left to challenge someone," the judge said, surprised. However, the rules said that the challenger could give up their chance if they wanted to. Zhao Feng obviously had his plans when he passed his turn. His goal was the top 3. This was only the first of 3 rounds. He didn't need everyone to know his true strength. Secondly, he first wanted to understand the true strength of Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng didn't dare to look down on the top 3 as they had all reached the 5th rank. "Oomph. You think that because you gave up your chance, I don't have any way around that." Zhao Han, who was ranked 3rd, looked mockingly toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng could feel his enmity. Before the tournament, Zhao Han had once told him that he would break his arm, just like Zhao Feng had done to Zhao Yijian. After 10 days, Zhao Han's cultivation was fully stable, and he could keep his inner strength under control. Number 15, 14, 13. The challengers became stronger. The competition for the top 10 was very intense, but it was mainly focused on the 7th to 10th places. This was because the other 6 had all reached the 4th rank or higher, and their places were stable. Soon, the top 10 was decided. Now, the people focused on the top 5 and even the top 3. I want to challenge number 4, Zhao Qin, the azure-clothed youth said as he held his halberd. The impression that Zhao Qin gave Zhao Feng was gentle, quiet, and calm. Zhao Tun, you just reached the 4th rank not long ago, and you're already challenging me? Zhao Qin faintly smiled. Her style of fighting was similar to her attitude. She used softness to counter hardness, and her speciality was speed. You're the only one I can challenge in the top 5. Let's have a good fight. Zhao Tun danced with his halberd. This was just the beginning of the ranking tournament, and 2 true martial artists were already fighting. After tangling for a long time, Zhao Qin came out victorious. After all, she had the higher cultivation and her skills were trained to a higher level. Although Zhao Tun lost, his ranking stayed the same. Zhao Qin felt helpless as she scanned the top 3. The top 3 were all too strong. All of them had reached the 5th rank. But to give up so easily wasn't her style. Zhao Qin finally made her decision. I choose to challenge number 2, Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi had just recently reached the 5th rank as well, but his inner strength wasn't as strong as Zhao Han's. You know you'll still lose, Zhao Qin, so why bother? Zhao Qi lazily jumped on stage. The 2 face off. Zhao Feng was finally able to see the strength of the top 3 now. Blue cloud finger. Zhao Qin slowly lifted her finger. A faint blue glow came from the finger. It seemed weak and fragile, yet it still swished through the air. This finger skill of hers was a high-ranked martial art. She had trained it to a high level, and she understood how to use it very well. Underscore the damage of her skill is not bad. The energy is focused on a 1 point. It contains both the softness of water and the hardness of ice underscore. Zhao Feng analyzed as he watched with his left eye. Although Zhao Yijian's ice-flowing sword and Zhao Qin's blue cloud finger were both high-ranked martial arts that had reached the high level, the damage dealt by them was not comparable. AI, you've only improved by this much. Zhao Qi's lazy voice sounded. Underscore Shua underscore. Zhao Qi's body turned into an afterimage as he dodged Zhao Qin's attack. Underscore not good underscore. She had still underestimated Zhao Qi's strength. Zhao Qi's movement skill has reached the high level, the disciples exclaimed. Howling Sky Fist. Zhao Qi appeared behind Zhao Qin and punched at her. His fist was covered in a bright red glow. When it moved through the air, it caused a sound similar to lightning. Just the fist moving through the air caused the eardrums of some inner disciples to tremble. Underscore what a devastating fist skill. This skill is infinitely close to a peak-ranked martial art. It's no worse than my metal wall technique underscore. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Blue clouds flying. Zhao Qin shouted as she took the punch straight on. Immediately, she was sent flying and she coughed up blood as she landed on the ground. Just 1 punch injured Zhao Qin. It was lucky that she used softness to counter hardness. Any other cultivator would have been instantly defeated. That was just warm-up. Zhao Qi said indifferently and attacked again. His performance made all the disciples wary of him. High-ranked footwork skill, high-ranked inner strength skill, high-ranked body skill. Zhao Qi's skills were displayed. Although he had learned many different skills, most of them had reached the high level. Even his body skill had reached the 4th level, meaning that he was able to counter swords and blades with his body alone. Underscore there's no obvious flaws. His Howling Sky Fist is deadly underscore, Zhao Feng thought. He was a tough opponent. No wonder he looked so disdainfully at him at the Outer Disciples contest. Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to last through 3 moves of his back then. On stage, Zhao Qi was just toying with Zhao Qin. After exchanging around 20 blows, Zhao Qin was puffing already and so surrendered. Zhao Qin knew that she could only last 20 moves since Zhao Qi was going easy on her. If Zhao Qi tried his best, he could win in under 3 moves. None of you have the right to challenge the top 3, Zhao Qi said as he casually glanced towards Zhao Feng. HM? Zhao Feng immediately had a feeling that his thoughts were being read. How did he know that Zhao Feng was going to challenge the top 3? Reading the situation right now, 4th place Zhao Qin, 5th place Zhao Tun, and 6th place Zhao Yufei didn't seem to have any intentions to try to challenge the top 3. After Zhao Qin's turn, it was Zhao Han's turn. Zhao Han. Zhao Han. Many people cheered on Zhao Han, as he was a contender for becoming first. The tournament had now reached a climax. Even Zhao Qi had a solemn expression when looking at Zhao Han. Only first place Zhao Linlong had an expressionless face on. Zhao Han's eyes passed between Zhao Qi and Zhao Linlong. He was ranked 3rd place, and there were only 2 people in front of him, Zhao Linlong or Zhao Qi. The disciples were expectant. It would be an intense match if Zhao Han chose either Zhao Linlong or Zhao Qi. However, reality was different. After Zhao Han's eyes passed Zhao Linlong and Zhao Qi, he started to look at the second row instead. The disciples of the second row trembled in fear. The first row were the top 10 disciples. The second row were the 11th to 20th disciples. I want to challenge the 6th seat of the second row. Zhao Han's cold voice echoed. The 6th seat of the second row. Zhao Han didn't challenge the top 2, not even the top 10, but the top 20. The 6th seat of the second row? Who was that unlucky bastard? The crowd's attention turned towards that spot. Zhao Feng was stunned. Yep, Zhao Han was challenging him. Zhao Han, are you sure you want to do this? The judge scrunched up his eyebrows. The ones that are ranked higher will lose their spots if they lose to a person with lower ranking. And even if you win, there's no benefit gained. According to the rules, those of higher rank could challenge those of lower ranks. But nobody would do so, as there weren't any benefits. Instead, one would lose one of their challenging chances. Yes, Zhao Han's murderous eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. Some of the disciples had understanding looks. Many of them knew that Zhao Han was Zhao Yijian's cousin and their relationship was pretty good. At the 12th spot, Zhao Yijian immediately looked gratefully at Zhao Han. Zhao Feng, do you not have the courage to fight me? Zhao Han mocked. What's there to fear? Zhao Feng remained expressionless as he jumped on stage. Although he knew he would have to fight Zhao Han, he didn't think that it would be this early. I'll first break his arm. Then I'll challenge Zhao Linlong Zhao Han planned. Zhao Han's challenging Zhao Feng. It's obvious. He's taking revenge for his cousin. Although Zhao Feng's strong, he's still not Zhao Han's match. Many disciples were either sympathetic or gloating. Although Zhao Feng was the top outer disciple and he was a true martial artist, there was still a huge gap between him and Zhao Han. One of them was the king of the outer disciples, while the other was a top-tier inner disciple. The onlookers started to quiet down. Although the final outcome wouldn't change, this was still an exciting match. Cold chi started to flow out from Zhao Han. It caused the whole arena to become colder and colder. Although Zhao Feng was still a few meters away, he felt his limbs begin to freeze. This wasn't his imagination. The cold actually existed. The source of it came from the element of Zhao Han's inner strength. What strong chi? With it containing the element of ice. His inner strength is stronger than most other peak 5th rankers, the older generation of the Zhao sect exclaimed. Precisely. Zhao Han's inner strength was very powerful. Using this advantage, he had beat the 3rd strongest inner disciple of the Xian family Xian Tong in one move. His strength was already imprinted in their hearts. Now that Zhao Han had gained control over his previously unstable inner strength fully, he was even more fearsome. Zhao Han found a mysterious crystal shard a few months ago, allowing his inner strength to develop exponentially. An old man smiled. No wonder his chi is so high. The Azure Flower Continent was full of mysterious items and places. As it had existed for thousands of years, there were many tombs and queer items that could instantly help lucky cultivators who had the chance to obtain them turn into strong cultivators. Obviously, Zhao Han was a lucky person, as he was able to obtain a mysterious crystal shard. He had rapidly increased his cultivation level over the past 6 months and had the right to compete for the top inner disciple. Zhao Feng, I'll let you have 3 moves. Zhao Han looked down on Zhao Feng. The chill in his voice seemed to perfectly complement his icy inner strength. 3 moves? The crowd didn't think he was arrogant. Instead, they thought that this was perfectly acceptable. After all, Zhao Han's rank far exceeded Zhao Feng's. From giving Zhao Feng 3 moves, no one would say that he had bullied the weak. Haha, 3 moves? Zhao Han, are you such a wimp? I can give you 10 moves. Zhao Feng laughed aloud and said mockingly toward Zhao Han. 10 moves. The crowd looked at Zhao Feng like he was a monster. Zhao Feng didn't reject the chance to have 3 moves only. He had even given Zhao Han 10 moves to attack first. The crowd soon became quiet again after a bit of discussion. He's definitely joking. Obviously, some shook their heads. He's going to lose anyways, so giving Zhao Han 10 moves doesn't matter. 10 moves. Zhao Han's face paled. Suppressing his anger, he bitterly spat out. You're courting death. Who? As soon as he finished, his 2 shoulders emitted an ice-cold aura. The 48 inner disciples coughed due to the cold. A thin layer of silver-white ice appeared on Zhao Han's palm as it flew at Zhao Feng. The power of this palm could easily destroy anyone of the 4th rank or lower. The first move, Zhao Feng shouted. He didn't attack. He started to circulate air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique to protect his body instead. The 2 figures clashed together. Pa. Although Zhao Han's hand hit Zhao Feng, the latter twisted his body away and successfully blocked the attack. In that interval, the inner strength of the 2 people clashed. Tongue. One of the figures was pushed back. What happened? The disciples were in shock because the one that was pushed back was Zhao Han. Zhao Han steadied himself after being pushed back. His face was dim with anger. A numbing feeling came from his arm and couldn't help but exclaim, how does he have so much power? When Zhao Han and Xian Tong sparred 10 days ago, Zhao Feng's body technique was nowhere near developed enough to threaten him. However, today, Zhao Feng's body technique was even stronger than Xian Tong's. You're not the only one that improved. Zhao Feng smiled as he released his inner strength. His inner strength had broken through the 4th rank and reached the 5th rank. The main point was that Zhao Feng's chi was under complete control, unlike Zhao Han's, whose inner strength suppressed others in quantity, not quality. Inner strength of the 5th rank. Zhao Feng's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th rank, but his inner strength had already reached the 5th rank. His body strengthening technique is extremely powerful. It far exceeds the ones that the sect's disciples use. The white-bearded judge smiled. His decision to support Zhao Feng was correct. He still has remaining auras of cultivation resources. It looks like he's been quite lucky. The head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, noted as he looked toward Zhao Feng. Don't be too full of yourself. I only used 50% of my strength just then. Zhao Han turned his embarrassment into anger. Cold snow palm. Zhao Han leapt up and slowly pushed out his palm. The palm seemed slow, yet it condensed his inner strength to a very dense point. Before the attack arrived, the chill would freeze the opponent's blood. The second move, Zhao Feng stayed where he stood and once again circulated metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique to block Zhao Han's attack. Boom. There was a loud boom as the figures intercepted each other. A shockwave swept everything up in a 5-meter radius. Zhao Han retreated back once again. His arm was almost fully numb again. After fending off Zhao Han, Zhao Feng felt a cold chi flow into his body. But after the metal wall technique reached the 4th level, his body was not only as strong as metal, it also increased the resistance he had against chi. Not only that, Zhao Feng's real cultivation was actually at the 5th rank. This is not possible. Zhao Han's face turned cruel, and he leapt furiously toward Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng was like a metal wall, not moving at all. No matter how furiously he attacked, Zhao Feng time after time fended him off. His defense is probably the best out of the inner disciples. The Zhao sect disciples were in a daze. The second move, the third move, the 4th move. Every time Zhao Feng blocked a move, he would tell Zhao Han how many moves he had used. Zhao Feng had only defended since the start of the match. Oh my god, is he really going to let Zhao Han have 10 moves? Looks like it. It's already been 5 moves, and he hasn't attacked yet. Whispers went through the crowd. Near the stage, number 12 ranked Zhao Yijian was pale-faced. Why is it like this? When did he get so strong? Why isn't it me? Not only did he not die, he became even stronger. Zhao Tianjin's face was green. He had paid someone to assassinate Zhao Feng. Not only did they fail, they allowed Zhao Feng's strength to increase even more. His defense is at the metal wall level. Even inner strength is weakened against it. This means his metal wall technique is at least at the 4th level. Zhao Yufei's face was full of shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had given Zhao Feng the metal wall technique. She clearly knew how hard it was to train this skill. The 5th move, the 6th move, the 7th move. Zhao Han's attacks became more and more insane. At the end, his lips started to leak blood from how hard he was biting them. However, every time he attacked, Zhao Feng was never harmed. Instead, he injured himself from the recoil. The 9th move, the 10th move, Zhao Feng's voice suddenly rose. Zhao Han, the 10 moves have finished. Your strength disappoints me. His voice was like a nightmare. The 10 moves had finished. Zhao Feng had stated the truth. If I let you have 10 moves, then you'll have 10 moves. This scene caused the disciples and elders to be extremely disturbed. Now, after the 10 moves had finished, Zhao Feng would not defend anymore. Angry Dragon Fists. A green color appeared on Zhao Feng's palm. The Angry Dragon Fists he was using now surpassed the original Angry Dragon Fists. Underscore pa, dash underscore. The floating casual fist just happened to hit the flaw in Zhao Han's defense. Underscore wa, underscore. Zhao Han spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked backwards. At this moment, he had lost all sanity and fought even more crazily. But the wilder he became, the more flaws appeared. In Zhao Feng's eyes, his opponent was just a child brandishing a stick. When Zhao Han was calm, Zhao Feng thought that he was on par with Zhao Qi, the number 2 inner disciple. But with him going crazy, he was now no threat at all. I don't believe it, lose. After being beaten one move after another, Zhao Han was now only using pure power. There was no skill involved. Soon, Zhao Feng dodged one of Zhao Han's attacks. In the gap interval, Zhao Feng landed a kick on Zhao Han's abdomen. Underscore pung underscore. Zhao Han flew back tens of meters and landed face first. Underscore I don't believe it. Underscore Zhao Han tried to get back up. Judge, why aren't you saying that he lost yet? Zhao Feng asked. The judge finally recovered from his shock and quickly shouted. Zhao Han, challenge failed. The challenge will now take the 3rd spot. 3rd? Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. His goal to reach the top 3 inner disciples, this result was totally unexpected. Being a black horse, Zhao Feng continued to dominate his opponents and create miracles. Now he had beaten the 3rd strongest inner disciple, Zhao Han. Zhao Feng laughed as he sat down on the 3rd seat of the 1st row. On his right side was Zhao Qi, who was looking at him as if it was the first time he had seen him. When the outer disciples contest had ended, Zhao Qi went over to inspect Zhao Feng, but at that time, Zhao Feng was utter trash compared to him. After Zhao Qi beat Zhao Qin, he casually said that no one had the right to fight for the top 3 spots. However, right now, Zhao Feng was sitting next to him. The top 3 were now Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Feng. Next it was Zhao Qi's turn to challenge someone. Zhao Qi lazily stretched his back and landed on the stage. Number 2 Zhao Qi. Who do you challenge? The judge smiled. Being number 2, who else could he challenge? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned towards Zhao Linlong. Now that Zhao Qi had gone on stage, there was no one blocking his vision from looking at Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong wore a golden robe. He had thick black eyebrows and an aura as deep as the sea. Since the beginning of the tournament, Zhao Linlong had kept his eyes closed. Even when Zhao Feng defeated Zhao Han, he had remained expressionless, as if nothing mattered to him. Zhao Linlong, give me some face. Come on stage, Zhao Qi said mockingly. Number 1, Zhao Linlong, the judge warned. Zhao Linlong slowly rose. The moment he stood up, he turned into a golden blur. Instantly, he landed on stage. How are there so many Zhao Linlongs? After image. So fast, the crowd exclaimed. Many spectators couldn't even see how Zhao Linlong moved. What kind of footwork skill is that? It's so complex. Zhao Feng's brow furrowed. Although he could see how Zhao Linlong moved with his left eye, he couldn't see any flaws. Zhao Linlong, we haven't met for half a year. It looks like your step shadow skill has reached the peak level. No wonder you're one of the fourth geniuses of Sun Feather City. Zhao Qi was slightly impressed. Step shadow was a high-ranked martial art. Its fame exceeded most other high-ranked martial arts due to its superiority. Peak level of a high-ranked martial art. The disciples could only watch in awe. There was no second genius of a Zhao sect who could train a high-ranked martial art to the peak level. Zhao Qi, you're the only one who can give me a fight. Today, I will suppress my cultivation to the 4th rank and spar with you, Zhao Linlong said casually. Immediately, the other disciples' expressions turned dark. There was no one apart from Zhao Qi who had the right to challenge him. Zhao Linlong's words caused many to be unhappy. How would the number 3, number 4, and number 5 feel? Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched up, then immediately resumed normal. Ever since he had seen the shy girl attack the powerful hyena in the sky cloud forest, Zhao Feng understood something. There was always someone stronger than you. He was working towards the greater realm. He wanted to explore the outside world. Hateful. That Zhao Linlong. Sitting on the 6th seat of the 2nd row, Zhao Han's face was unwilling. Just a while ago, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. His inner strength had reached the peak of the 5th rank, approaching the 6th rank. This had made him arrogant and a contender for the top inner disciple. In terms of favoritism, he had surpassed Zhao Qi. However, Zhao Linlong's words hit him in a hell. And because he had just lost to Zhao Feng, he had no right to speak out against him. At this time, the battle began. Sky Howling Fist. Zhao Qi's fist started to glow red. Zhao Qi's Sky Howling Fist was very similar to Zhao Feng's Angry Dragon Fist, but the ranks of the martial arts were one tier apart. With Zhao Qi fully utilizing Sky Howling Fist, his strength crept towards the peak of the 5th rank. Adding on his footwork, body, strengthening skills, and techniques, his damage scale was frightening. In terms of overall strength, Zhao Qi is indeed harder to fight than Zhao Han. He has almost 0 flaws, and his offense is also powerful. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Zhao Han suppressed his opponents by overpowering them with inner strength, but his speed and defense weren't strong. Receive my punch. Zhao Qi shouted on stage as his fist swept towards Zhao Linlong. _Shua, _. A broken afterimage was left behind. The next moment, Zhao Linlong appeared, smiling faintly next to Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi's fist didn't even touch his robe. What was even more frightening was that Zhao Linlong was only half a meter away from him. Zhao Qi broke out in cold sweat. At this instant, he could even smell Zhao Linlong. Smoking rain step. Zhao Qi wasn't useless. Immediately, he used a high-ranked footwork skill and started to exchange blows with Zhao Linlong. Immediately, the two figures interwove. Both of them used high-ranked martial arts. The reason why Zhao Linlong said that Zhao Qi was the only one who could fight him was because Zhao Qi had learned a lot of high-ranked martial arts. High-ranked fist skill, high-ranked footwork skill, high-ranked body strengthening technique. All of these skills have been trained to a high level. Zhao Qi continuously attacked with these skills. Now his momentum had surpassed Zhao Linlong. Although his momentum had exceeded Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi was still pushed back. After exchanging 20 blows, Zhao Linlong had steadily overpowered him with the cultivation of the 4th rank only. I'll make you lose willingly. Zhao Linlong smiled faintly. He raised his finger, and a purple azure aura spun around in circles. _Schwa, _. Just a thread of inner strength sent out a frightening aura. Spatial cloud finger. That finger seemed to open a hole in the clouds. That was Zhao Qi took a deep breath as he gathered all his inner strength to counter the finger. Sky howling, leaping thunder. Zhao Qi's fist glowed fire red as it faced the finger. The power of this fist exceeded any skill that had been used so far in the tournament. But although his fist seemed powerful, it seemed like it was an ant compared to the casual finger of Zhao Linlong. _Hong, _. The two moves finally clashed. Zhao Qi immediately tasted iron inside his mouth as he was knocked backwards. Not bad. You're able to block my peak-ranked martial art. A golden-robed youth reappeared with his hands behind his back. Peak-ranked martial art? I didn't lose unjustly, Zhao Qi said bitterly as he surrendered. Spatial cloud finger. Peak-ranked martial art. The crowd was in shock. When did Zhao Linlong learn a peak-ranked martial art? Hee. Zhao Linlong has already learned the first 3 moves of the spatial cloud finger. That was just the first one. The head of the sect, Zhao Feng, said proudly. Congratulations for taking in such a good step, son. The elders came over and congratulated the head of the sect. Zhao Linlong was the stepson of the head of the sect. No wonder he could learn peak-ranked martial arts. But the thing was that peak-ranked martial arts usually needed one to reach the 7th rank of the martial path to understand them. Those that could learn peak-rank skills were usually martial masters. Zhao Qi. Challenge failed. Rank not changed. Zhao Linlong. Rank not changed, the judge announced. Zhao Linlong and Zhao Qi returned to their seats. Zhao Linlong was expressionless and didn't challenge anyone. In his opinion, there was no one left to challenge. The first round of the challenging contest ended. Next was the second round of the challenging contest. There were a total of 3 chances to challenge someone per person. There were barely any challengers in the second round. But when it came to number 16, Zhao Han's turn, he immediately challenged number 4 Zhao Qin and won. He continued by challenging number 2 Zhao Qi and number 1 Zhao Linlong. The result was that he managed to tie with Zhao Qi by using his inner strength. But when he met Zhao Linlong, Zhao Han was defeated in 3 moves. He wasn't like Zhao Qi, who had absolute defense, so he couldn't fend off even 3 of Zhao Linlong's moves. First place, Zhao Linlong. Second place, Zhao Qi. Third place, Zhao Feng. Fourth place, Zhao Han. They were the top 4 inner disciples. No one dared to challenge them. Out of the 4, Zhao Linlong led in front by beating Zhao Qi and Zhao Han. Only Zhao Feng had not crossed hands with Zhao Linlong from the top 3. Third place, Zhao Feng. It's your turn to challenge someone, the judge said. There was only Zhao Qi and Zhao Linlong in front of him. Although he could beat Zhao Qi, he would have to spend a bit of energy. If he challenged Zhao Linlong, everyone would know his real strength and cultivation. His cultivation had increased way too fast in the past few months, and it would attract too much attention. Zhao Feng also wanted to leave a hand to guard against Zhao Tianjian. Furthermore, Zhao Feng didn't have much confidence in beating Zhao Linlong. A pass. Zhao Feng wanted a pass even after he analyzed the benefits. His goal was to reach the top 3 and get a peak-rank martial art. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no point in fighting to the death for a higher rank. Zhao Feng's pass caused many to be slightly stunned, but they didn't feel too weird about it. After all, with Zhao Feng's cultivation, to be ranked in the top 3 was a massive feat already. I also pass. Zhao Qi looked deeply at Zhao Feng. He had seen the battle between Zhao Han and Zhao Feng, and he knew that Zhao Feng was stronger than him. The top 3 had all passed. The ranks were number 1 Zhao Linlong, number 2 Zhao Qi, number 3 Zhao Feng, number 4 Zhao Han, number 5 Zhao Qin, number 6 Zhao Yufei, number 7 Zhao Bing. The top 7 were all martial artists. This is the last time anyone will have the chance to challenge someone, the judge announced. After the second round, not many people challenged others as the ranks were almost confirmed. However, when it was number 6 Zhao Yufei's turn, there was a small twist. I want to challenge number 5 Zhao Qin. Zhao Yufei's eyes were like crystal as she smiled faintly. Her challenge surprised many people. Sure, Zhao Qin nodded her head as she went on stage. Soon, the 2 beautiful girls faced off. Both Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qin were pretty. Furthermore, they were both talented. As the two headed up, Miniyu's heartbeat started to thump faster. It could be said that the two were the women of their dreams. Especially Zhao Yufei. She was younger, and her prettiness shone. _E_. Zhao Linlong's eyes flashed brightly as he saw Zhao Yufei. Azure cloud finger. Butterfly leaves palm. The two girls shouted their styles out as their perfect bodies swayed in the wind. Zhao Qin had always been the top girl genius. Her cultivation had almost reached the peak of the 5th rank. In terms of age, Zhao Yufei's age was lower than Zhao Qin's by 2 years, and she had only just reached the 4th rank. However, as they exchanged blows, Zhao Yufei wasn't losing. Zhao Yufei's inner strength was like the wind, agile and fast. Zhao Feng understood that Zhao Yufei was also learning the air-crossing breathing technique, but there was still a big distance between the two girls. But the complexity of air-crossing breathing technique made up for the cultivation gap between the two of them. After exchanging 20 blows, Zhao Qin's face turned solemn as she started to fully circulate her inner strength. However, Zhao Yufei still easily dodged her attacks with her agility. 30 moves, 40 moves. Zhao Yufei's skill started to perfect itself as time went on. Only at the 80th move did a change happen. Butterfly flower dance. Zhao Yufei's power and speed suddenly stepped into a whole new level. _Pa. Zhao Yufei's graceful body was like a butterfly that danced in the air. Zhao Qin was pushed back only after 3 moves. You hid your strength, she exclaimed. Zhao Yufei had conserved her strength when they exchanged blows before. I give up. Zhao Qin was soon injured after a few more moves. The disciples started to see Zhao Yufei in a new light. This woman was not only beautiful, her talent was also top tier. Good. Zhao Linlong nodded his head in praise as he stared at Zhao Yufei. Zhao Qi on his right thought, could Zhao Linlong be _? Being number 1, Zhao Linlong's short gaff was seen by the crowd. It looks like the hero can't pass up the beautiful woman. The elders of the sect laughed. Zhao Yufei's talent is not weaker than Zhao Linlong. The two would make a good couple. The head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, smiled. After beating Zhao Qin, Zhao Yufei was promoted to 5th. According to the rules, she could keep on challenging others. But as Zhao Yufei looked at the top 4, she realized that all of them far exceeded her. When she met Zhao Linlong's hot eyes, she felt a bit weird. Zhao Linlong was cold and without expression during the tournament. But when he noticed Zhao Yufei, his coldness seemed to melt. This was the first time it had happened. Yes, the feeling of his heart thumping. After Zhao Yufei, it was Zhao Han's turn. Zhao Han's eyes passed over Zhao Feng, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Linlong. Zhao Han didn't have any chance to reach top 3. Zhao Feng, he had already tasted the bitter side of defeat. His strength was terrifying. Maybe only Zhao Linlong could stop him. I pass, Zhao Han said helplessly. If he hadn't challenged Zhao Feng before, he could still be ranked in the top 3, and with him in peak condition, there was a chance of him beating Zhao Qi. Pass, Zhao Feng said. I also pass, Zhao Qi also said. The tournament has ended. Zhao Linlong faintly smiled, and once again looked toward Zhao Yufei. He didn't know why, but every time he saw her, he felt that she was even more perfect. Feeling his fire-red eyes staring at her, Zhao Yufei on instinct tried to dodge. This year's family sparring contest has come to an end. Now, we will announce the prizes and ranks. Soon, the inner disciples' ranking came out. First, Zhao Linlong. Second, Zhao Qi. Third, Zhao Feng. Fourth, Zhao Han. Fifth, Zhao Yufei. Sixth, Zhao Qin. Seventh, Zhao Bing. The top disciples were full of expectations. According to last year's ranking, the top 20, top 10, and top 3 would gain extra rewards. Now the head of the sect will announce the rewards, the judge said. The head of the sect. A thunderous sound of clapping came from the crowd. On stage, a middle-aged man slowly stood up. He raised his hands, and an overbearing pressure came from him. He was the head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong. Zhao Feng felt that the head of the sect's aura was similar to the high-tier deadly beasts in the sky cloud forest. He was a martial master of the 7th rank or higher. Zhao Tiansong scanned the faces of the 50 inner disciples. When it landed on Zhao Linlong, it was extremely caring and loving. Many knew that Zhao Linlong was his stepson. All those that have become inner disciples can go to the 2nd level of the martial arts library and choose a high-ranked martial art. They'll also receive a 300-year blood plant. The rewards were as good as the rumors said. The top 20 can choose 2 high-ranked martial arts and receive 2 300-year blood plants. The top 10 can choose 2 high-ranked martial arts and receive 1 500-year blood plant. The head of the sect paused. The top 3 can also choose 1 peak and 2 high-ranked martial arts. Also, they'll receive a blood pill, the head of the sect said as he smiled. Peak-ranked martial art. Blood pill. The rewards of the top 3 far exceeded the others. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. He was in need of peak-ranked martial arts, and the blood pill could increase the cultivation of a martial artist. The 50 disciples went to retrieve their rewards under the guidance of the manager. That very day, Zhao Feng received a blood pill. As for the 1 peak-ranked and 2 high-ranked martial arts, Zhao Feng had a special token which allowed him to go martial arts library and choose his skills. I heard that the number 1 person usually had some special rewards. Why isn't there any this year? Maybe they just haven't announced it yet. On the way back, Zhao Feng heard a few discussions. He didn't bother listening to them. Instead, he just walked back home. "Brother Feng," a sweet voice called from behind. Without turning his head, Zhao Feng knew that it was Zhao Yufei. The two were neighbors, and so they were a bit familiar with one another. After the exchange of metal wall technique and air crossing breathing technique, the two became even closer. "Yufei, your performance was pretty good." Zhao Feng couldn't help but think about her beating Zhao Qin. "I'm still far away from Brother Feng. I'm just curious as to why you didn't challenge Zhao Linlong." Zhao Yufei looked curiously at him. She was certain that his metal wall technique had reached the 4th level. His defense was easily top amongst the inner disciples. Adding on Zhao Feng's inner strength and lightly floating fairy, he had the right to challenge Zhao Linlong. "You overestimate me. There's still a big distance between me and Zhao Linlong," Zhao Feng said humbly. Obviously, Zhao Yufei's estimation of his strength was close. The ages of the two were close, so they got along well. On the corner of the stage, a youth clothed in gold watched Zhao Yufei's and Zhao Feng's figure dimly as they walked off together. His eyes flashed coldly, and he said to himself, "That kid seems to be called Zhao Feng." Zhao Yufei started to blush. Her eyes secretly glanced towards Zhao Feng, but found the latter was as calm as if nothing was happening, disappointing her somewhat. She felt that Zhao Feng was the only one who could suppress her in the sect, and this made her feel somewhat helpless. Returning home, Zhao Feng went out to the city to report his gains in the Sky Cloud Forest. Obviously, he didn't say that Zhao Tianjian had sent someone to kill him, or how he had met high-tier deadly beasts. Zhao Yufei still broke out in cold sweat. Go in his room. Zhao Feng let out a long breath. "Zhao Tianjian has already sent someone to kill me, so he'll be likely to keep on doing that. Therefore, I'll hide my cultivation and surprise him." The reason why he didn't challenge Zhao Linlong was because of this. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, and he put his consciousness into the dimension inside his left eye. In the pitch-black area, the faint green glow in the middle had reached 1.8 meters, which meant that his cultivation had touched the doorway of the peak 5th rank. Zhao Feng wasn't thinking about this. Underscore appear. Zhao Feng concentrated on his left eye. Underscore schwa. Underscore. Immediately the green glow was replaced by a scene. In the scene, there were two figures. One was the high-tier azure-eyed hyena, while the other was the shy girl who wasn't much older than Zhao Yufei. Next, the azure-eyed hyena and the girl both leapt at each other. The girl in green seemed to meld into the air. Her body gave off a strange azure light, which was much brighter than normal chi. She casually waved her wands, and the azure light formed into wind blades that instantly ripped the azure-eyed hyena's head into pieces. I wonder where that girl is from. Probably no one would be able to block one of her moves in Sun Feather City. Zhao Feng drew a cold breath. The scene was replayed again and again. Zhao Feng looked from different angles and positions to see how the girl attacked. Slowly, he began to gain some insights. The casual swipe of her hand contained understanding which far surpassed the martial artist level. Zhao Feng had already gained a small bit from just looking at her attacking. At this moment, he had duplicated the move, but his damage was very far off. But the duplication itself already reached the power of a high-ranked martial art. This really shocked him. Wouldn't that mean if he fully duplicated the girl's moves, it would surpass peak rank martial arts? Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng became more and more excited. Why don't I name this skill Mysterious Wind Palm? He said to himself proudly. That night, Zhao Feng tried to gain more insight into that move. Since this move was super high tier, Zhao Feng was not able to fully understand it in a short period of time. It was deep night before Zhao Feng felt tired. It looked like the left eye's dimension couldn't continuously help him replay the scene back and forth. It takes a lot of my mental energy trying to gain insights from this move, Zhao Feng concluded. Therefore, he started to train air-crossing breathing technique again, that he had received a blood pill from the tournament, and it could increase his cultivation. Pills were different from pure plants, as they contained a lot less impurities within them. So cultivators were able to absorb more energy and of better quality from them. I still have 3 plants over 1,000 years old whose values exceed the blood pill. Zhao Feng thought for a while, then decided to eat the pill. Soon the medicine's power started to flow from within him. The energy was very harmonious with his body. Zhao Feng immediately started circulating air, crossing breathing technique to absorb the energy. The morning of the next day, Zhao Feng had fully absorbed all the energy and felt his cultivation inch forward a little bit. The green glow inside his left eye had extended just past 1.8 meters. Peak 5th rank. The pill is indeed helpful. Zhao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Only Zhao Linlong was on par with him in terms of cultivation. There was still some time, so Zhao Feng began to practice his mysterious wind palm again. His body leapt into the sky, and his chi spun in the heart of his palm. Schwa. A branch as thick as an arm was instantly shattered into pieces. Zhao Feng's palm wasn't very powerful, yet contained the power of spinning and slicing. This move has reached the high level of a high-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng exclaimed happily, just when Zhao Feng was fully trying to gain insights on Mysterious Wind Palm. Brother Feng, can I come in? A familiar girl's voice sounded. HM. Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched up. Outside the garden, there was a girl clothed in snow white. She was biting her lips, and she didn't dare to look Zhao Feng in the eye. The girl was undoubtedly Zhao Shui. Come in. Zhao Feng regained his composure and let her in. The two looked at each other. Zhao Shui seemed to dodge his eyes. What did you come here for? Zhao Feng asked expressionlessly. He once had a favorable impression of her, since they were childhood friends. But ever since they entered the Zhao sect, the last bit of that favorable impression had disappeared. Zhao Shui's eyes turned red as she bit her lip. I've been muddled ever since I entered the Zhao sect. I hope that Brother Feng can remember our past days and not hate me. Looking at Zhao Shui's sad face, Zhao Feng's heart started to ripple, but soon it became as still as water again. Everyone has their own freedom to make their choices. I've never hated you. Zhao Feng smiled faintly, as if he was making a casual statement. Sure, Zhao Feng had never hated Zhao Shui, but her actions had disappointed him. I've never hated you. Zhao Shui's heart shook as she looked at the handsome youth. Has Brother Feng never loved me? Even back at Greenleaf Village? Zhao Feng was a bit doubtful after she said this. Zhao Feng wasn't even 14 years old. Half a year ago, he was only 13. His heart was pure and didn't react to Zhao Shui's love back then. Now, Zhao Feng was 14 and straining along the martial path, so he was a bit late on understanding the relationship between boys and girls. Looking at Zhao Feng's reaction, Zhao Shui's heart became cold. She finally knew that Zhao Feng had never loved her. At most, it was a favorable impression during their childhood. Brother Feng. Outside the garden came another clear voice. Zhao Yufei walked happily into Zhao Feng's garden. The two were neighbors, and they were quite familiar with each other. Therefore, Zhao Yufei came in without knocking. Quickly, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit different. Zhao Feng and Zhao Shui both stood quietly, and the latter was crying softly. "What's the matter?" Zhao Feng turned curiously toward Zhao Yufei. At this moment, two beautiful girls stood in this small garden. Zhao Shui's skin was as smooth as water, and her face was extremely pretty. However, compared to Zhao Yufei's angelic aura, she seemed extremely dim. In terms of talent, aura, and body, Zhao Shui was far inferior to Zhao Yufei. "Brother Feng, haven't you been to the martial arts library to get your skills? You could get a peak-ranked martial art since you rank top 3, Zhao Yufei said, slightly confused. She had just gone to the martial arts library to choose her skills. The top 10 could choose 2 high-ranked martial arts. The top 3 could choose 1 peak-ranked and 2 high-ranked martial arts. Haha, I almost forgot. Zhao Feng gently smiled. Looking at Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei smiling together, Zhao Shui felt sad and regretful. She regretted her decision in choosing Zhao Yijian. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at the martial arts library. The elder guarding the library was a white-bearded old man that looked familiar. "It's you?" The old man's eyes lit up. Zhao Feng immediately recognized him as well. This junior C's elder. This old man was one of the 2 main judges who had supported Zhao Feng. "I'm called Zhao Yusong. You can call me Elder Zhao," the judge said gently. "Yes, Elder Zhao. Come with me." Zhao Yusong took Zhao Feng to the 2nd level. There were over 200 martial arts in the 2nd level. Most were high-ranked, while a low number of them were peak-ranked. Peak-ranked martial arts were very precious to the Zhao sect. Zhao Feng scanned around and was surprised. "Zhao Elder, why is there only a token instead of the martial art?" The 2nd level of the martial arts library didn't hold martial arts. Instead, there was a jade token which had the skill's name and short summaries. Hee. Martial arts of the high rank or higher are very precious. We can't put the real copy here. When you choose the skill, I'll go get the book for you, Zhao Yusong explained. Zhao Feng was disappointed. The sect was strict with high-ranked martial arts, which meant he couldn't steal any. But being able to choose 1 peak and 2 high-ranked martial arts was still acceptable. He went around the 2nd level and read all the summaries. "What? Haven't you found a skill you want yet?" Zhao Yusong asked curiously. Zhao Feng's eyes twirled and laughed. "Elder Zhao, since you're the elder guarding the martial arts library, why don't you recommend some of the best skills for me?" "Haha, don't you know that this goes against the sect's rules?" Zhao Yusong's eyes twinkled. Although he said that, Zhao Yusong still helped. He walked into the 2nd level and slowly took a few jade tokens out. The 2nd floor of the martial arts library was different from the 1st floor. There was no real copies of the skills here. Instead, they were replaced by jade tokens. There weren't that many words on the jade tokens that summarized the martial arts ability, and they weren't very specific. This meant that it was harder to discern which skills were strong or weak. Zhao Feng couldn't steal 100 skills like last time and then slowly go over them. Being the one guarding the martial arts library, Elder Zhao obviously knew all of the skills well. What was more important was that Elder Zhao had seen Feng's battles and understood what he was lacking. There's 3 peak-ranked martial arts here which are compatible with you. They are Mesmerizing Wind Fist, Star Finger, and Sky Striking Leg. Elder Zhao took 3 jade tokens out. All of them were offensive skills? Zhao Feng was slightly curious as he heard the names. Your offensive skills are too low-ranked, so their potential is limited. But you've trained Metal Wall Technique as a defensive skill, which is not far away from a peak-rank martial art. If you ever find the Holy Rank Silver Wall Technique, it'd be perfect, the elder explained. No wonder he was a martial master. Zhao Feng approved of what the elder said. His defense was already fine, so all he needed was offensive skills. These 3 peak-rank skills are all different. Mesmerizing Wind Fist has the attributes of wind, and it uses skill to break through power. When used with a high-tier movement skill, the damage will double. Star Finger condenses one's chi into a single point, and it can attack everything within a certain range. Sky Striking Leg can create whirlwinds, attacking a large amount of people, and it is very effective against human wave tactics. Elder Zhao explained the 3 skills in simple terms. Zhao Feng felt moved by all 3 skills. He could exert a lot of power from training in any of these 3 skills. Which of these 3 is the most powerful? Zhao Feng directly asked. Although they were all peak ranked, there were still differences between them. Out of these 3 skills, the Star Finger is the strongest, approaching even holy martial arts. It's even better than Zhao Linlong's Spatial Cloud Finger. But the only problem is that it's very hard to learn this skill, and there's a certain amount of danger involved. Elder Zhao smiled. Then I'll choose that. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate at all. He had seen Zhao Linlong's Spatial Cloud Finger, and it was indeed powerful. And this Star Finger skill was even stronger than the Spatial Cloud Finger. After confirming that he wanted to choose the skill, Elder Zhao went and retrieved the copy of Star Finger. Zhao Feng was slightly excited as he received the old book. Soon, the contents of Star Finger went into Zhao Feng's mind. Star Finger was broken into 6 grades, and the minimum requirement was the 4th rank of the martial path. This finger skill condensed one's chi to the utmost. When it reached the low level, it could shoot straight through a 2-inch thick metal block. Even some body-strengthening techniques would be useless facing this skill. Furthermore, this skill only cared about power, nothing else. This is just what I wanted. Zhao Feng was extremely pleased. Star Finger has a huge advantage. Even if you haven't reached the 7th rank, but have reached the 4th grade, you can attack through the air. Elder Zhao couldn't stop praising this skill. Attack through the air? Zhao Feng's heart rippled. Everyone knew that only when a cultivator reached the 7th rank could their inner strength leave the body and attack through the air. This meant that they didn't need to fight close combat, and instead they could attack through the air from a distance. This was the difference between the 6th and 7th rank. And the peak rank skill Star Finger could attack through the air before one even reached the 7th rank. This finger skill is 2 to 3 times harder to train than a normal peak rank martial skill. Some people have considered it to be a half-holy rank skill. I also trained this once, but I was stuck on the 3rd grade for a long time, and because it was just too hard to reach the 4th grade, I gave up and started to train another skill. Elder Zhao gave Zhao Feng a complicated but expectant expression. Why is Elder Zhao so confident in me? Zhao Feng asked. Because your understanding of martial arts is very deep. You've already trained core and middle-ranked martial arts to perfection. You've even trained lightly floating fairy to a high degree, Elder Zhao praised. Zhao Feng immediately understood that Elder Zhao knew his understanding was very high and that he might be able to train Star Finger. Let me warn you. The Elder's expression turned solemn. Elder, please speak. Elder Zhao's eyes turned sharp. You'll only have a chance to fight Zhao Linlong if you learn Star Finger, and there's no certainty of winning. Why? Zhao Feng didn't understand. Wasn't Star Finger better than Spatial Cloud Finger? This is because Elder Zhao let out a long sigh. Since Zhao Linlong became the top disciple and being the head of the sect stepson, he not only received an extra 1,000 blood plant, he was also allowed into the 3rd floor of the martial arts library. The 3rd floor of the library? The mysterious 3rd floor? Zhao Feng was shocked. Everyone knew that the 2nd floor was mainly full of high-rank skills and a few peak-rank skills. As for the 3rd floor, it was only a legend. Zhao Linlong has received a 1,000-year blood plant, and he has a high chance to break through to the 6th rank of the martial path in the next few months and become the head of the 4 geniuses. The higher-ups of the sect are going to support him in whatever way they can. Speaking up to here, Elder Zhao let out a sigh as he thought about Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng's potential wasn't any weaker than Zhao Linlong's. Regretfully, he was a side-branch disciple, while Zhao Linlong was of the direct branch and the stepson of the head of the sect. Even if Zhao Feng had beaten Zhao Linlong that day, his treatment would be different. Elder Zhao, can you tell me what's on the 3rd floor? Could it be the legendary holy ranked martial arts? Zhao Feng's breathing rate increased. Holy ranked martial arts were a legend. One could reach the holy martial path by cultivating them. Do you think a small city like Sunfeather City could have a full copy of a holy martial art? Elder Zhao shook his head, but continued. But Zhao Linlong does indeed have the chance to gain enlightenment from broken holy martial arts. Zhao Feng let a long sigh. Soon, Zhao Feng gave the real copy of Starfinger back to Elder Zhao. You don't want to copy it? The elder asked curiously. I've remembered it. Zhao Feng decided not to hide this. Never forgetting wasn't that much of a big deal. Elder Zhao was surprised, but the happiness in his eyes grew deeper. It looked like Zhao Feng was indeed a genius. Zhao Feng was still able to choose 2 high-ranked martial arts after choosing the peak rank skill. Elder Zhao recommended a movement skill named Lightly Micro Step. This skill is rumored to have come from the same origins as Lightly Floating Fairy, and it is almost a high-ranked martial art, he explained. 1 peak-ranked finger skill and 1 high-ranked movement skill. Zhao Feng could still choose 1 more skill. This time, he chose Withering Wood Technique. Withering Wood Technique was similar to Hiding Air Technique. It could conceal one's aura and smell. According to the description, if Withering Wood Technique was trained to the high level, the cultivator could enter a fake death state and escape the enemy's perception. You have good eyesight. This skill has an extremely good effect, Elder Zhao smiled. After choosing his skills, Zhao Feng thanked the elder and left. Dang. Right at this moment, steps sounded outside the library. A total of 3 people stepped onto the second level. The first was a white-robed old man, the second a peaceful middle-aged man, and the last, a youth in gold. The last person was Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng immediately bowed towards the first 2. This junior sees elder and head of the sect. Then he glanced at the youth clothed in gold and said smilingly, Big Brother Linlong. And the head of the sect and the elder nodded their heads. But Zhao Linlong only faintly looked at him and glanced away without saying a word. This made Zhao Feng extremely awkward and irritated. After all, Zhao Feng was 3rd in the inner disciples, and although Zhao Linlong was 1st, he couldn't disregard him. The head of the sect and the elder is here. Could it be? Zhao Feng guessed. If they were to enter the 2nd floor, only one of them was needed and not both. This meant that the 2 were sending Zhao Linlong to the 3rd floor. It looks like what Elder Zhao said was true. Zhao Feng started to get angry, but he soon recovered as he thought about the dimension in his left eye. Zhao Feng headed straight home thereafter. Inside the room, he closed his eyes, and the 3-skill Starfinger, Lightly Micro Step, and Withering Wood Technique popped up inside his mind. Zhao Feng first tried to learn Lightly Micro Step, and found that the style of it was similar to Lightly Floating Fairy. Half an hour later, he had reached the beginning level. _night_. Zhao Feng surprisingly found that when he used air-crossing breathing technique with Lightly Micro Step, it was even faster. For the next few days, he concentrated on the new skills. Lightly Micro Step and Withering Wood Technique were both high-ranked martial arts, and Zhao Feng found them very easy to learn. It wasn't just because of the increase of enlightenment he got from his left eye. It was also because Lightly Floating Fairy and Hiding Air Technique set a very solid foundation for them both. Using only 10 days, Zhao Feng trained the 2 skills to the high level. Next, he was going to train the most important skill, Starfinger. This finger skill was a peak-ranked martial art, which was hard to cultivate. Even Elder Zhao didn't manage. Zhao Feng understood something after a few hours. This skill was indeed far harder than high-ranked martial arts. In terms of difficulty, it could only be compared with Lightly Floating Fairy. But Starfinger wasn't just hard. It also had a certain amount of danger involved. When one condensed their inner strength, the slightest mistake could result in the cultivator being disabled. This meant that one needed to be extremely careful and not rush, so the improvement speed would be slow. However, Zhao Feng's left eye increased his mental energy, reaction speed, analytical ability, and enlightenment, which meant that it was hard to go wrong. Starfinger's danger was minimized. Using 2 days' time, Zhao Feng's Starfinger barely managed to reach the 1st grade. The 1st grade of the Starfinger condensed the inner strength into one line, and it had strong penetrating power. After reaching the first grade without even using inner strength, Zhao Feng could blast through stone with just a casual finger. He continued to train Starfinger. The second grade was much harder than the first grade. It needed the cultivator to condense the strength into a point instead of a line, which meant it had more explosive power. Zhao Feng used another 7 days just to reach the second grade. But the effect was very obvious. The damage was on par with high-level, high-rank skills. This meant that Zhao Feng's offense could dominate all of the Zhao sect disciples, excluding Zhao Linlong. After reaching the second grade, Zhao Feng found that every step forward was extremely slow. Underscore asterisk 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 underscore half a month later underscore Zhao Feng finally managed to reach the peak of the second grade of Starfinger. Zhao Feng finally met a bottleneck when he tried to break through to the third grade. It was obvious that it wouldn't be reached within a short amount of time. This skill is indeed hard to train. I can't wait until I reach the fourth grade. Zhao Feng's expectations grew larger and larger. Starfinger only needed to reach the fourth grade to attack through the air, which was the advantage that martial masters held. Back then, Elder Zhao had also trained this skill, and he had used over a year just to get it to the second grade. Zhao Feng had only used 20-something days to reach the peak of the second grade. This isn't the hardest skill yet. The move from the girl that day is far deeper and more complex. Zhao Feng remembered the mysterious wind palm in his left eye's dimension. Obviously, Zhao Feng knew that he could only take one step at a time. Martial arts needed to be trained steadily. One couldn't instantly reach the skies. Soon, Zhao Feng's concentration returned to his cultivation and inner strength. When he was inside the cave, Zhao Feng's body had absorbed an enormous amount of medicine. At that time, the medicine hadn't been fully absorbed. There was still a small amount left within the body. After returning, Zhao Feng started to absorb the last bits by practicing martial arts and cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 15 days passed. The remnants of the medicine had been absorbed. His cultivation had reached the peak 5th rank, only half a step away from the 6th rank. As for his inner strength, it was on par with the 6th rank. If Zhao Feng wanted to break through to the 6th rank, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks present. He didn't even need to use the 3,000-year-old plants. I'll be able to reach the 6th rank in the next few days. Zhao Feng understood the changes in his body very well. Actually, most cultivators would have this feeling when they were about to break through. Therefore, instead of cultivating, he decided to rest his body. Perfectly timed, Zhao Yufei, his neighbor, came to find Zhao Feng to spar with him. 1.5 months had passed by since the martial arts contest. At this moment, Zhao Yufei's cultivation had reached the peak 4th rank. She could reach the 5th at any moment. Brother Feng, I want to see your new skills. Zhao Yufei smiled. Her cheeks were faintly red, and with her azure dress, she looked like a goddess. Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He also wanted to try out his skills. Inside the garden, their two figures engaged and withdrew. First up was their movement skills. Zhao Feng used lightly micro-step, and his body became mysterious and blurry. When lightly micro-step was pushed to the extreme, there would be multiple after images of him stacked on top of one another. Speed was Zhao Yufei's specialty, but she was completely suppressed when facing Zhao Feng. Although both the skills were high-ranked and reached the high level, the difference was very obvious. Zhao Yufei was extremely puzzled, because Zhao Feng had suppressed his cultivation to a level that was even lower than hers. And in terms of inner strength, both had trained air-crossing breathing technique. Yufei, your body's attributes aren't as good as mine, and I also have lightly floating fairy as foundation, so I have the upper hand in speed, Zhao Feng told her half-truthfully. The truth was that lightly floating fairy and lightly micro-step were very similar. When used together, he was able to raise the skills to the peak rank. Next, they compared their offensive skills. Zhao Feng restrained his star finger to the beginning of the second grade, when his finger released a line of pure energy that could penetrate anything in its way. Zhao Yufei was almost injured after one move. Brother Feng's skill is probably a peak-ranked skill. Zhao Yufei was extremely envious. Peak-ranked martial arts were very precious of all the Zhao sect disciples. Only Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Feng had the chance to learn them. You're right, this is indeed a peak-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng was extremely pleased with Starfinger. Right at the moment when the two were discussing their skills, a voice broke in. "Ah, little sister Yufei, I was going to spar with you, but you weren't home. So this is where you were." A young man's voice sounded. It was casual and calm. On the garden wall, now, stood a youth in gold robes around 17-some years of age, looking down at Zhao Yufei. Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng's eyebrows drew together. This was his home, and Zhao Linlong came in without his permission. Furthermore, he was looking down on them, literally and metaphorically, by standing on top of the wall. Big Brother Linlong. Zhao Yufei smiled and observed the usual etiquette. After all, he was the top inner disciple and was the head of the sect's stepson. Brother Linlong came again to spar with me. Zhao Yufei was expressionless. Zhao Linlong had come to visit her countless times under the name of sparring. Every time she saw him, Zhao Yufei could feel the fire inside Zhao Linlong's eyes, which made her feel uneasy. "That's right. I hope Sister Yufei won't reject me." Zhao Linlong's words contained absolute confidence. He didn't step into the garden, only standing on the wall. From the moment he came in, he hadn't even looked at Zhao Feng once. "Thanks for your care, but Brother Feng has just sparred with me." Zhao Yufei smiled as she rejected him. To spar with the genius of the Zhao sect was the dream of countless female disciples of the sect. But Zhao Yufei didn't like Zhao Linlong at all. Zhao Linlong had an aura of loneliness and superiority, as if it was the other person's pleasure to be allowed to love him. This was the complete opposite of Zhao Feng, who like her came from a branch sect, and their sparring and communication came naturally. There wasn't any pressure at all. Zhao Linlong finally realized that Zhao Feng existed. After glancing at Zhao Feng once, Zhao Linlong smiled but didn't greet him. It was obvious that he was disdainful of him. "That's fine. Today I came to find Sister Yufei for one other thing." Zhao Linlong shrugged his shoulders. "Please explain." "This thing. I want to speak to Yufei privately." Zhao Linlong glanced casually at Zhao Feng. "Brother Feng, I'll leave first," Zhao Yufei said apologetically. The two walked out side by side. Could it be that Zhao Linlong is chasing after Yufei? Zhao Feng finally realized something. Underscore on the other side of the wall, underscore. Zhao Linlong took Zhao Yufei to a slightly remote area. "Yufei, in half a month's time, the Sun Feather City's yearly Genius Summit will begin. The host is the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, Qiumingyu. At that time, all of the clans, sect, factions, and families' geniuses will be invited." Zhao Linlong paused. "Genius Summit. Most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City?" Zhao Yufei's eyes flashed, surprised and expectant. Zhao Yufei had heard of the Genius Summit. This was an event for all the geniuses of Sun Feather City to come and spar with one another. The 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City would also be decided there. This is the most important event for the youths of Sun Feather City. Being the top Zhao disciple, I can recommend 5 people to join. Zhao Linlong's lips curled into a smile. "Oh, Genius Summit? I really want to experience it." Zhao Yufei was very interested in joining. "Oh yes, who are you recommending?" Zhao Yufei asked urgently. "There's Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, Zhao Qin, Zhao Ling." Zhao Linlong didn't hide anything. "Wait, why isn't Brother Zhao Feng coming? He came in third." Zhao Yufei interjected. "Zhao Feng," Zhao Linlong said casually. "He's just a branch disciple, and he didn't even have the courage to challenge me. There's no point in taking someone like that to the Genius Summit." But Brother Feng's strength is still there. Zhao Yufei felt that this was unfair. It's okay, Yufei. I feel that I'll be able to reach the 6th rank soon, and I'll become the head of the 4 great geniuses. Therefore, it doesn't matter who I choose. The point is that you'll be there with me, to witness my glory." Speaking up this point, Zhao Linlong's eyes turned hot and his hand couldn't help but reach towards Zhao Yufei's shoulders. Zhao Linlong, please behave yourself. Zhao Yufei's face turned cold as she blocked Zhao Linlong's hand. I have never forced anyone into something they don't want. But Yufei, you've got to believe me that no one will stop me from doing anything to the woman I love. And unless you want to turn old by yourself. Zhao Feng soon recovered after he watched the two of them walk out. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and explore the outside world. A small city like Sun Feather City wouldn't be able to chain him. Zhao Feng only focused on cultivating from then on, training finger skills and movement skills, then inner strength skills and on-body strengthening techniques. He didn't know that the younger generation's geniuses had received an invitation to attend the Genius Summit. The invitation came from the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, so all the youths were ready to show off their skills. Later that night, Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, Zhao Qin, Zhao Ling all received their invites. Not everyone was able to receive invitations. Apparently, those that could be selected had to be at least at the 4th rank. Zhao Feng didn't know anything about this. Zhao Yufei was pacing around in her house, wondering if she should tell him the news. The 3rd day after the invitations were sent out. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His body suddenly gave off an unrestrained aura. The force swept past everything in view, rattling the windows and blowing the chairs away. The youth's eyes snapped open and 2 arcs of lightning seemed to flash through them. My inner strength has reached the 6th rank. Excitement and happiness flashed in his eyes, but instantly he circulated Withering Wood technique and suppressed it to the 5th rank. The reason why his inner strength reached the 6th rank so quickly was because of the cave. Even Metal Wall technique was now only half a step away from the 5th level. Once Metal Wall technique reached the 5th rank, the cultivator not only had a body of steel, they could also shatter weapons with just their body. It also meant that those weaker than Zhao Feng would harm themselves from the recoil. At this moment, his Metal Wall technique was infinitely close to the 5th level, and his cultivation was almost at the 6th. My cultivation level and Metal Wall technique will break through in the next 2 days or so. Zhao Feng was full of expectation. The 6th rank of the martial path and the 5th level of Metal Wall technique. Zhao Feng had confidence that he could beat any disciple within the Zhao sect if he fought any of them. On the same day, inside an old but glorious garden within the Zhao sect, 6th rank of the martial path faster than I expected. Zhao Linlong was clothed in his usual gold robe. As he stood up, and a powerful aura surged around him. He released a dominating aura, and everything within a few meters radius was ripped into shreds. Not bad. You're only 18 years old, and you've reached the 6th rank. This breaks Sun Feather City's record. The head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, looked approvingly at him. If I didn't have a 1,000-year blood plant and didn't have stepfather performing the inner strength vein opener technique, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 6th rank so quickly, Zhao Linlong acknowledged humbly. Although he had reached the 6th rank, he still was small and tiny compared to his stepfather. The difference between the 6th and 7th rank was massive, just like the 3rd and 4th ranks. Only 1 in 10 cultivators progressed to the 4th rank. And out of the 6th ranked cultivators, there was only 1 in 100 of them that progressed to the 7th rank. Next, you need to concentrate on martial arts. The Genius Summit is close. You'd better earn some face for the Zhao sect, Zhao Tiansong said, smiling. Don't worry, stepfather. No one can stop me apart from Xine Wuheng. And according to the rumors, Xine Wuheng is only at the peak 5th rank. I have at least 60% a chance of beating him, Zhao Linlong said confidently. Time passed quickly. The days until the Genius Summit crept closer and closer. Sun Feather City became busier and busier as the summit approached. Some came just to see the most beautiful girl's figure. At this time, the information that Zhao Linlong had reached the 6th rank spread like wildfire throughout Sun Feather City. This obviously shocked countless youngsters and caused waves in the three major powers. Sixth rank of the martial path. For those youngsters, this was an incredible feat. There was no one comparable with Zhao Linlong in Sun Feather City. However, no one knew that Zhao Linlong was not the only one who had reached the sixth rank. Underscore in a garden of the Zhao sect underscore. A youth started to walk on air, his afterimages blurred throughout the area. Underscore tongue, underscore. Zhao Feng's body landed on the ground as lightly as a leaf. If one looked closely, they would realize that Zhao Feng's figure was even straighter now. His body was much bigger than that of an average adult, even though he was only 14 years old. His cultivation and metal wall technique had both broken through 7 days ago. At that time, he was completely confident that no one would be his opponent in Sun Feather City. He had been trying to gain insights from Starfinger and lightly micro-step the past few days. Lightly micro-step had reached the peak level. Now, Zhao Feng concentrated on Starfinger. His Starfinger had finally been trained to the 3rd grade. Underscore Hu Qi. Underscore. Zhao Feng's second finger left an afterimage in the air. Zhao Feng condensed his qi into 1 point, and the air around it seemed to tremble. Underscore Shua underscore. In the dark night, the star formed from his inner strength didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, it left a mark in the sky, leaving a beautiful arc behind. This move was the killing move of Starfinger, 1-point Starfinger. The power of 1-point Starfinger had reached an extreme level. Once it was used perfectly, he could defeat anyone of the same rank, and this skill also suppressed body strengthening techniques. Zhao Feng believed that not many people under the 7th rank were able to block this move. But 1-point Starfinger also had disadvantages. The first was the completion rate. There was only a 20 to 30% chance of being able to use 1-point Starfinger successfully since he had only reached the 3rd grade. The second was the danger involved. If he failed, his capillaries could rupture. Back then, Elder Zhao Starfinger had only reached the 3rd grade because of this danger. If I'm to use my left eye, I'll have a 40 to 50% chance of being able to successfully use it, and the chance of failing and injuring my finger is only 10%, Zhao Feng analyzed. Obviously, as his grade increased, the success rate would also increase. Most people would have a 40 to 50% chance when they reached the peak of the 3rd grade. There was a 70 to 80% chance at the 4th grade. And at the 5th grade, there was a 100% success rate. As for the 6th grade or higher, the damage was not limited to 1-point Starfinger. If one didn't have a holy martial art, they were done for, but it was still too far away for Zhao Feng. He was really anticipating the 4th grade. Young Master Zhao Feng, you've received an invite. A servant came from outside and said respectfully. Zhao Feng felt weird and saw the words on the azure paper. Underscore Genius Summit underscore. Genius Summit? Zhao Feng didn't know anything about this summit. The bottom of the letter had a few small words. Organizer, Qiumingyu. Zhao Feng felt that this name was familiar. Who's this Qiumingyu? Zhao Feng asked on impulse. Young Master Zhao Feng. Qiumingyu is the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, and she is also one of the 4 great geniuses. The servant tried to remain expressionless. Qiumingyu, the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City. Someone didn't even know her. Underscore so underscore. As soon as the servant left, a faint purple figure floated into the garden. Brother Feng, did you just get the invite from the summit? The dimples on Zhao Yufei's cheeks were alluring. What is this genius summit? Zhao Feng still didn't know what it was. You don't know what the genius summit is? Zhao Yufei's mouth was wide open as she stood there shocked. She was also a bit angry. She had gone to the Chiu family and requested another invitation just for him. Sister Yufei, what is the Genius Summit? Zhao Feng couldn't restrain himself from asking again. He didn't know how the invitations were arranged. Originally, Zhao Linlong had 5 recommendations, but he didn't give one to Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei didn't tell Zhao Feng about this. Instead, she went directly to the Chiu family and procured Zhao Feng a new invitation. If you don't know, then don't worry about it, Zhao Yufei said, and left Zhao Feng's garden. Underscore HM, underscore. Zhao Feng felt weird since Zhao Yufei seemed to be angry. This was the first time that he'd seen her angry. Genius Summit? I'll go and check it out then. I wonder if the most beautiful girl is even prettier than Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng finally felt interested. He opened the letter, and on it was written the place and time. What? Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed, because the starting time was tonight. At this time, the sun had already gone down. There was only half an hour left. Wait, Yufei, wait for me. Zhao Feng screamed as he started to chase after her. But Zhao Yufei still seemed to be angry since she didn't reply to any of his questions. All she did was go towards their destination, but her crystal eyes would still secretly glance at the youth beside her. Zhao Feng finally felt that she had calmed down, so he started to ask about the Genius Summit again. The Genius Summit is a yearly event, and all the talented youths get an invitation. Zhao Yufei explained the situation. It was an event where the youths sparred one another and chose the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. Soon, the two arrived at the main gate of the Zhao sect. At the gate stood a few people, including Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Han. Sister Yufei, we're just waiting for you. Zhao Linlong smiled and released his aura. The aura of the 6th rank made the other disciples nearby tremble in fear. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei walked towards the others. Apart from the top 5 inner disciples, Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling were also present. Why are you here? Seeing Zhao Feng here, Zhao Linlong furrowed his brow. Why? Does Brother Linlong not welcome me? Zhao Feng was slightly curious. Why couldn't he come? It should be normal for him to attend the Genius Summit since he was the 3rd strongest. Zhao Linlong hid the mockery in his eyes, and he didn't pay Zhao Feng any more attention. Zhao Feng once again had the feeling of being disregarded. The few disciples that were present, such as Zhao Qi and Zhao Qin, somewhat knew the reason. There is only a certain number of spots for the Genius Summit, and Zhao Linlong had not given one of them to Zhao Feng. According to the rules, if Zhao Feng didn't have an invitation, he wouldn't be able to enter. Zhao Linlong wants to see him lose face. Zhao Qi and Zhao Han had sympathy in their eyes. Zhao Feng felt the atmosphere was a bit tense, and the way they looked at him was weird. Okay, let's go. Zhao Linlong gave the order. The destination is the Yanba Lake, near the Chiu family's place. Zhao Yufei spun around and warned Zhao Feng as if he would get lost. Soon, a small lake appeared. On one side of the lake, there was a mountain 1,000 meters high. The lake also circled half the mountain. The meeting point was up at the summit of the mountain. The small group of them used their movement skills and started to run up the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there were the figures of a few Chiu family disciples. Since the organizer was Qiu, this place was obviously also their territory. Can you all please show your invitations? 7 to 8 disciples of the Chiu family stood in a line. These young men were not normal people. They were all talented Chiu family disciples. All of them had reached the 5th rank or higher, and they were all aged 20 to 30. The youths all took out their invites and gave them up. Zhao Linlong led the Zhao sect disciples into the checkpoint. First was Zoa Linlong, then Zhao Qi Zhao Han. Finally, only Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei were left. At this moment, Zhao Linlong's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Zhao Feng. This is my invitation. Zhao Feng took out the letter. Yep, that's correct. The cultivator nodded his head and let Zhao Feng in. This scene made Zhao Linlong's smile freeze. Zhao Qi and Zhao Han were both surprised. What the heck? How did Zhao Feng get an invitation? Zhao Feng saw their reactions. He instinctively turned his eyes to look at Zhao Yufei, who dodged his eyes and hurriedly gave up her invitation. The group of 7 successfully entered the place. Zhao Feng was curious as he felt that his invitation was different from the others. Zhao Yufei smiled. If you want to know the answer, you have to come in first in the Genius Summit. Zhao Feng shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. This scene made Zhao Linlong look coldly at Zhao Feng, as if he was warning him. Zhao Feng felt the warning and enmity, but he didn't put it in his heart. He didn't fear Zhao Linlong at all with his current strength. The Zhao sect disciples soon entered a pavilion where servants would pour tea for them. The pavilion they were in was close to the center of the open area. There were 3 pavilions equally close to the center, the Qiu, Xian, and Zhao families, representing the largest powers in Sunfeather City. Zhao Feng looked at the pavilion on his left, and he found that Xian Tong and Xian Fei were also there. Xian Fei had already reached the peak 4th rank, and Xian Tong had just reached the 5th. Obviously, their cultivating speed was slower than Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei's cultivation levels had both reached the 5th rank. At least, that's what it looked like, and they were the youngest fighters present. The top genius of the Xian family is called Xian Wuheng, and he is the head of the 4 great geniuses. At last year's summit, the other 3 great geniuses weren't even able to block 10 of his moves, Zhao Qin said quietly. Following her eyes, Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto an azure-clothed youth who had his eyes closed. The blue-robed youth was between 16 and 17 years old, and he had a normal face. He was Xian Wuheng, and his cultivation levels seemed to be at the peak 5th rank. Facing Xian Wuheng, even the arrogant Zhao Linlong's expression turned solemn. When Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto Xian Wuheng, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This person wasn't simple at all. Facing Zhao Linlong, Zhao Feng didn't feel any pressure at all. But facing this person, he could feel the pressure radiating off him. Zhao Feng's left eye could see what others could not. As if he felt something, Xian Wuheng's eyes suddenly opened. The second he opened his eyes, Zhao Feng could see his clear pupils, instantly turning the normal face into a handsome one. Xian Wuheng. Zhao Linlong spat out as he looked towards Xian Wuheng. However, Xian Wuheng didn't look at this so-called number 1 disciple of the Zhao sect. Instead, his eyes landed on Zhao Feng. Not bad. There's finally someone that interests me. Xian Wuheng nodded his head. As soon as he finished, he closed his eyes once more, not even bothering to look at Zhao Linlong. Underscore what? Underscore. Zhao Linlong forcefully pushed down his anger. No one from the younger generation had the courage to look down on him, but he just couldn't get angry at Xian Wuheng. After all, Xian Wuheng had beaten him in 10 moves last year. Who is this guy to be so important to Xian Wuheng? Many looked at Zhao Feng, Xian Fei, and Xian Tong included. Xian Fei's will to battle was raging, and Xian Tong seemed to be expectant as well. That kid's cultivation speed is legendary. He's reached the 5th rank as well. Zhao Linlong felt cheated at how importantly Xian Wuheng looked at Zhao Feng. Xian Wuheng was obviously not putting him in his eyes. Xian Wuheng, you'll soon see who'll be your true opponent. Zhao Linlong laughed coldly to himself. At night fell, more and more people arrived. Inside the pavilions were the talented youths and guests of high status. There were around 40 to 50 youths invited, and the spectators reached around 100. Abruptly, the mild chatter and conversation was disrupted. Look, Qiumingyu is here. The most beautiful girl of Sunfeather City, the crowd exclaimed, and then fell into dead silence. On the red carpet, there was a girl clothed in azure apparel. Her hair seemed to flow with the air, and with her majestic face, she seemed to be made of jade. Qiumingyu was between 17 and 18 years old, and every move she made was elegant. Every smile she gave was full of self-assurance, not like Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qin, who were both shy. No wonder she's rated the most beautiful girl of Sunfeather City. Don't forget that Qiumingyu is also one of the 4 great geniuses. Many of the talented youths were dazed. Only Zhao Yufei among those present could be compared to her. But Zhao Yufei was younger, only 14 to 15, and her pureness seemed very natural. Therefore, she wasn't as attractive as Qiumingyu. Under the crowd's attention, Qiumingyu stepped inside the Qiu family's pavilion. Today, I have the honor to host this year's summit where all the talented youths within a 1,000 radius are invited. Qiumingyu's voice was like a gentle creek flowing, attracting even more attention. She was indeed pretty. Zhao Feng couldn't help but look at Qiumingyu a few more times, and Zhao Yufei at his side snorted. There was also a youth clothed in white within the Qiu family's pavilion who had reached the peak of the 5th rank. That person is called Qiu Changyi, and he is also one of the four great geniuses. Zhao Qin introduced him. This means that two of the four great geniuses are from the Qiu family. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. Yes, the Qiu family's power in Sun Feather City is strong, and they are enemies of our Zhao family. So we usually have a few fights break out, Zhao Qi added. At this moment, the four great geniuses of Sun Feather City stood up: Zhao Linlong, Xian Wuheng, Qiu Mengyu, and Qiu Changyi. Second was Qiu Mengyu, third Zhao Linlong, and fourth Qiu Changyi. First was at the Xian family, while second and fourth were both the Qiu family competitors. The Zhao family was easily last. But this year it had all changed. Not only did Zhao Linlong reach the 6th rank, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei had both reached the 5th rank at such young ages. The families only compared how many of the younger generations had reached the 5th rank or higher. The Zhao family had 5: Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, Zhao Feng, Zhao Han, and Zhao Yufei. The Xian family only had 3, including Xian Tong, who had just reached the 5th rank. The Qiu family had 4, which included Qiu Mengyu and Qiu Changyi, 2 of the 4 great geniuses. This year's summit will be intense. Zhao family's dominance made the other 2 families feel pressured. When everyone had arrived, the summit officially started. The summit was mainly for sparring and communicating. According to the rules, anyone could show off their skills or challenge someone. After they finished sparring, the 2 would exchange pointers. Underscore on the clear, open space in the middle of the summit, underscore. I've trained a skill named Swiping Cloud Leg, and it has reached the peak level. A youth kicked out with both legs. Soon, he began to kick even faster. Finally, only an afterimage was left. It was like a chaotic storm of legs. Not bad. To be able to train a middle-rank skill to the peak level, the crowd praised. This youth wasn't from the 3 major families. Instead, he was the top genius from a small family. After showing off, his fiery hot eyes stared at Qiu Mengyu. I wish to spar with the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City. As soon as he finished, he caused an uproar from the crowd. Just you? You want to spar with Qiu Mengyu? In your dreams. You first have to beat me if you want to challenge Qiu Mengyu. From a Qiu family, a youth of the 4th rank sprang out. The 2 soon clashed together. The person from the Qiu family had cultivated a high-ranked martial art. Obviously, the Qiu family disciple won after 50-some moves. Oomph. You still have face to come to the summit with your puny strength? The Qiu family disciple mocked. The talented youths from the 3 big families had better cultivation techniques and skills. Therefore, their strength was much stronger than others on the same level. This Qiu youth was soon challenged by someone from the Xian family. The summit had a rule. The sparring at the beginning was only for those at the 4th rank. People of the 5th rank or higher couldn't join in. Soon, Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling from the Zhao sect went up, both winning and losing some. As time passed, the strength of those on stage rose. I, Zhao Han, want to see how strong you are. Zhao Han stood at the center of the open ground. His eyes scanned the cultivators of the 5th rank from the Xian and Qiu family. Although the Xian family only had 3, their strengths were all strong. I'll do it. Xian Tong slowly stood up and threw off the grass hat on his head. He had sparred with Zhao Han last time, but because his cultivation level was lower, he had lost. Defeated trash. Zhao Han coldly laughed and attacked first. Steel wall arm. Xian Tong's arm turned to bronze, and the muscles on his arm tightened. Under the circulation of his inner strength, it headed straight toward Zhao Han. Ice cold palm. A weird ice-cold inner strength radiated from Zhao Han and appeared on his palm. Underscore pa, dash underscore. The 2 energies clashed heavily together. Zhao Han was knocked back a few steps, while Xian Tong felt his arm turn numb from the cold. The 2 had their own advantages. Zhao Han's advantage was that his inner strength was at the peak 5th rank, while Xian Tong's was that his body strength and defense were higher. Because Xian Tong had reached the 5th rank, his inner strength had also reached this level, and combined with steel wall arm, it had become even more powerful. The 2 exchanged tens of blows without seeing an end result. But as time passed, Zhao Han started to feel tired. Every time they clashed, his arm would turn numb from the rebound. And since Xian Tong's defense was extremely strong, he didn't get injured easily. Finally, after 100 or so moves, Zhao Han started to weaken while Xian Tong started to attack more fiercely. The spar ends here. Xiaomingyu gently smiled and stopped the two. Next, she analyzed the two's strengths and weaknesses. Zhao Han, although your inner strength is very strong, its foundation isn't very solid. I recommend that you train a body strengthening technique. As for Xian Tong, although your defense is your specialty and your offense is also powerful, you rely too much on pure power. Your martial arts skills aren't up to scratch. Xiaomingyu's analysis was perfect. There were also others that joined in the discussion. They also decided that Xian Tong had won this match. Who's going to come from the Zhao family? Zhao Linlong or Zhao Feng? Xian Tong had his arms crossed, and he chewed on a piece of grass as he looked at the Zhao family. There were too many talented people in the Zhao family from this generation, so the other families had teamed up to challenge the Zhao family geniuses. Finally, Xian Tong's eyes locked on a Zhao Feng as he didn't have any confidence in beating Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong's cultivation had reached the 6th rank, and no one apart from the 4 great geniuses would have the courage to challenge him. You've just had a battle. Even if I won, it wouldn't be fair. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and stood up. What he said was true. Xian Tong had just fought fiercely with Zhao Han, and his energy was depleted. But his words caused the Xian family disciples to feel disgust. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Stop using excuses. The main reason was because Zhao Feng wasn't very famous in Sun Feather City, and so not many people knew him and only thought of him as a slightly talented youth of the younger generation. Zhao Feng was only famous within the Zhao family, as he almost never left the family grounds. Only Xian Fei of the Xian family had a solemn look. Xiaomingyu gave a suggestion. Why not let Xian Tong rest a while Zhao Feng spars with others? Her clear crystal eyes gave Zhao Feng an interested glance, and then she looked at Zhao Yufei, not far away. Zhao Yufei was slightly embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. Zhao Feng felt slightly weird, as if Xiaomingyu knew him. Does anyone want to spar with me? He asked with a smile. Let me go. A scar-faced youth jumped out from the Xian family's pagoda. It was Xian Fei. After 2 months, Xian Fei's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank. You're not my opponent. Zhao Feng looked at Xian Fei calmly. I know. Xian Fei took a deep breath as his eyes turned sharp. _schwa. _. The blade in his hand sliced through the air, wave after wave. Insane wind dance. Xian Fei's blade skill was pushed to the extreme, and the area in a radius of 1 meter was devastated by his song of the blade dancing. Facing such an attack, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel stunned. Xian Fei's strength was able to challenge those of the 5th rank. In terms of offense, Xian Fei had even exceeded Xian Tong. Lightly micro-step, Zhao Feng's figure suddenly became unstable, and after images of him would be left everywhere he went. _schwa. Schwa. Schwa. Xian Fei's every attack would only hit the after images that Zhao Feng left, which would then dissipate. Zhao Feng easily dodged Xian Fei's attack, and the latter wasn't even able to touch his clothes. Zhao Feng's speed skill is similar to Zhao Linlong's shadow step. Zhao Qi was secretly surprised. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng suddenly unleashed an attack, and his fist was like a roaring dragon that smashed towards Xian Fei. _pong. Dang. The fist and long blade clashed many times, but Xian Fei was sent backwards with every attack. This was the result even when Zhao Feng had suppressed his cultivation to the peak 4th rank. _dang. 10 moves later, Xian Fei's blade was knocked flying by Zhao Feng's finger. That one finger seemed extremely normal, but it contained immense energy. Xing Fei's blade flew tens of meters away and clanged on the ground. You're the only one I admire apart from Xian Wuheng. Xian Fei didn't seem depressed as he turned around to pick up his blade. Only after motivation and pressure would his strength increase. You'll one day become a top blade master. Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise him. He saw the potential and grit within Xian Fei, which he didn't see in others. Although his opponent was only at the 4th rank, people could see that this was not the limit of Feng's strength. Especially his last move, one tap of his finger had sent Xian Fei's blade flying. Zhao Feng, it seems like you've improved a lot. Xian Tong slowly rose. After resting for a while, he had mainly recovered since he hadn't been injured by Zhao Han in the match before. This time, I'll take back what I lost to you last time, Zhao Feng said. Stop being humble. That time you hadn't even reached the 4th rank, and I wasn't even able to reach your speed. However, I hope that you don't just dodge this time and fight like a man instead. Then let us begin. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and threw out a simple fist. Good. Xian Tong laughed wildly. He had never feared anyone if they fought him straight on. Peng. The two fists that seemed to be made out of steel clashed heavily together and caused a major explosion. Who? The force crushed out towards the surrounding area. Many geniuses present felt their ears tremble. What terrifying strength! Many spectators felt their heart jump. Just that sound alone shocked them. The two figures stood like stone statues in the middle of the stage. The whole stage fell silent. After a short moment, a figure trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the rank of this skill couldn't be measured. It had the potential to even exceed peak-ranked martial arts. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng only used 70 to 80% to fight on par with Qiu Chang'e. How can this guy's speed not be any slower than mine? Sweat started to run down Qiu Chang'e's back. He had always been the fastest cultivator of the youngest generation of Sun Feather City. But now, there was someone who was no slower than him. However, Zhao Feng's body, strengthening technique, and offensive skills surpassed his. Star finger. Zhao Feng shouted and pointed his finger. Schwa. The finger condensed all his inner strength into one point, and it swept across the dark night. Pu. Qiu Chang'e didn't have the time to dodge, so he had to face it straight on. The end result was that his entire arm went numb. Furthermore, there was a wild qi rampaging throughout his body. Tongue. His body was sent back a few steps before he stopped. Peak-ranked martial arts? How can I lose? Qiu Chang'e clenched his teeth as he started to unleash his killing move. Pa. A hand that seemed to made out of bronze gently tapped his shoulder. What? Qiu Chang'e felt himself turn cold. As he stood dazed, Zhao Feng had found his flaws, and he had used unparalleled speed to move behind him. I lost. Qiu Chang'e seemed to lose his spirit as he stood there in disbelief. But reality was cruel. Zhao Feng's speed wasn't any slower than his. Zhao Feng's offense surpassed his, and he had even learned Star Finger, one of the most famous peak-ranked martial arts. Star Finger. Zhao Linlong's heart raced. Star Finger was similar to Spatial Cloud Finger. Both were extremely powerful peak-ranked martial arts. The head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, had once said, "The skill I'm teaching you now, Spatial Cloud Finger, is one of the most powerful peak-ranked martial arts within the Zhao family. No one can stand against you unless they have learned Star Finger. In that case, you will lose. Then why not teach me Star Finger instead?" Zhao Linlong asked curiously. Star Finger is too hard to train. The slightest mistake would destroy one's future talents. And even though I'm the head of the sect, I can't allow you to go and select more peak-ranked martial arts. That scene replayed inside Zhao Linlong's mind. Phew, it looks like Zhao Feng's Star Finger is only at the 2nd level. If it was at the 3rd level, then it would be difficult. Zhao Linlong let out a careful breath. From the look of things, it seemed like Zhao Feng's Star Finger hadn't reached the 3rd level yet. The audience of the summit erupted. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? He just beat Xian Tong in one move, and now even Qiu Chang'e lost him. The chaos far surpassed anything before because Qiu Chang'e was one of the 4 great geniuses. Beating Qiu Chang'e, Zhao Feng might become one of the next 4 great geniuses. The few familiar geniuses of the Zhao family were stunned. Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, and Zhao Qin couldn't hide their shock. He won. Excitement shone within Zhao Yufei's eyes. There's such a talented person within the Zhao family. Furthermore, he's only 14 years old. Xiaomingyu's eyes were full of worry and concern. Competition was fierce between the 3 big families of Sun Feather City, and the Qiu family wasn't on good terms with the Zhao family, and the younger generation would decide their future prospects. After beating Qiu Chang'e, Zhao Feng returned to the Zhao family pavilion. He smiled at Zhao Yufei. Looks like I didn't disappoint you. I was joking just then, but I also wanted to know Brother Feng's true strength, Zhao Yufei answered slyly. Suddenly, he felt a killing intent come from his side. Turning around, he saw that Zhao Linlong was sitting there grimly and giving him a warning look. Zhao Feng shook his head and knew that Zhao Linlong had mistaken him as a competitor for Zhao Yufei. He was too lazy to bother explaining. With his strength, he didn't fear anyone in the younger generation. The Genius Summit continued with many talented youths coming on stage. At a certain point, Xiaomingyu went up to show her skills. She immediately beat many youths of the 4th and 5th rank. Even with Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling's strength, they couldn't block 3 moves from her, and cultivators of the 5th rank, such as Zhao Qi and Zhao Han, couldn't block more than 20. This made many people secretly click their tongues. Xiaomingyu is way stronger than Qiu Chang'e. Zhao Feng felt surprised. The feeling that Xiaomingyu gave off was the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, but in terms of strength, she was ranked 2nd at the last summit, one higher than even Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong, your cultivation is the highest amongst the 4 great geniuses. Could I have the pleasure to spar with you? Xiaomingyu said, smiling. Obviously, since I lost you last year, there will definitely be a battle this year. Zhao Linlong stood up slowly and released his 6th rank aura. At this moment, he surveyed the watching young fighters in a high and noble manner. But you just fought just now, so even if I win it won't be fair, Zhao Linlong's mouth twisted. No wonder Brother Linlong is the top genius of the Zhao family. Then I'll rest for a while. Xiaomingyu smiled and didn't reject his offering. Is there anyone that has the courage to fight me? Zhao Linlong smiled and scanned the Qiu and Xian family pavilions. Mengyu, let me go and test his skills, a skinny youth from the Qiu family said under his breath to Xiaomingyu. Qiulin, be careful. Don't fight him head-on. Xiaomingyu agreed as she recovered her stamina. Sung. A youth of the 5th rank landed in the middle of the stage. Zhao Linlong, will you fight me? Qiulin had intense fighting intent rising in his eyes as a faint deep green glow spread amongst his body. It was obvious that this person was peak 5th rank. I wonder how many moves you can block. Zhao Linlong lightly laughed, and with a shua, he left multiple after-images in the dark night. High-ranked martial art shadow step. This skill can be used to its maximum potential at night, the audience exclaimed. At this moment, there were only after-images of Zhao Linlong on the stage. Qiulin's heart jumped. His eyes couldn't even see how Zhao Linlong moved. Ancient Wind Palm. Qiulin clenched his teeth, and a deep green glow appeared on his palms that swept across a wide area. Bung! Ta! Ta! His area attack swept towards where Zhao Linlong was. However, none of his attacks even landed on Zhao Linlong's clothes. Shua! Zhao Linlong's ghostly figure suddenly disappeared again from his sight. Qiulin immediately felt that something was wrong, and as if to prove him right, something attacked from behind him. Ancient Wind Reverse, he exclaimed, and threw his palm backwards. Pa. A loud sound sounded throughout the dark night. Qiulin's movement froze, and shock filled his face. His arm couldn't move anymore. The high level of a high-rank skill had been forced to stop in midair. C. The people watching drew in cold breaths. There was a youth dressed in gold, standing behind Qiulin with one hand on his shoulder. Qiulin only felt cold sweat flow down his back, and he felt that the hand on his shoulder was far too heavy. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Shadow Step is a high-ranked martial art, and being trained to the peak level compensating with Zhao Linlong's 6th rank of the martial path makes him invisible. Xiao Chang'e took a deep breath. Zhao Linlong's strength was unimaginable. Who else will spar with me? Zhao Linlong stood in the middle of the stage, his golden robe flying in the wind, making him look like a king. I will. A youth of the 5th rank walked out from the Xian family. I'll beat you in 3 moves. Zhao Linlong laughed and left an afterimage in the wind. The two figures clashed, and in 3 moves, the youth of the 5th rank was sent flying with a loud thump. Who? Zhao Linlong's faint purple aura rose again. Who else? Zhao Linlong's eyes scanned across to Xiaomingyu and Xian Wuheng. Xian Wuheng had his eyes closed, and he didn't respond, as if he had no interest to fight, just as Zhao Linlong was going to challenge him. I will. Xiaomingyu was like a goddess that descended onto the middle of the stage. What kind of skill is that? Many youths stood dazed. Xiaomingyu's skill seemed to be surreal and more of a dance. Good. Zhao Linlong used his shadow step, and the afterimages once again appeared. Pa. The two figures occasionally exchanged blows in midair. Every time they clashed, Xiaomingyu would use Zhao Linlong's power to help boost her higher. Xiaomingyu cultivates Twirling Snake Body, and it is a unique body-strengthening skill. It allows the user to become unusually soft and withstand high damage. Cultivators of the same rank won't be able to harm her at all, Zhao Qin informed everyone. In terms of how powerful their body-strengthening techniques were, Qin Mingyu was even higher than Xian Tong and just lower than Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Xiaomingyu's speed skill wasn't any worse than Xiao Chang'e's, and her cultivation was also at the peak 5th rank. With Zhao Linlong using Shadow Step to the extreme, he couldn't gain an advantage. 30 moves, 40 moves. Time slowly passed. Zhao Linlong's attacks also became more and more fierce. Spatial Cloud Finger. 50 moves later, Zhao Linlong used his peak-ranked martial art. _schwa_. A thin line of purple light shot through the sky. Xiaomingyu couldn't withstand Zhao Linlong's attacks anymore, and she almost coughed out blood after defending 10 more moves. Brother Linlong's improvements are insane. Your Spatial Cloud Finger and Shadow Step make me look up in awe. Xiaomingyu smiled as she gave up. Although she lost, it was expected since Zhao Linlong's cultivation was too strong. Maybe only Xian Wuheng could give him a fight. After beating Xiaomingyu, Zhao Linlong's last opponent was Xian Wuheng. Who else will fight me? Zhao Linlong's eyes scanned over the crowds, and as it passed Zhao Feng, disdain flashed in his eyes. Finally, Zhao Linlong's eyes settled on Xian Wuheng. Immediately, every person present looked at Xian Wuheng expectantly. Xian Wuheng, the king of the summit last year, using absolute power to dominate the other 3 great geniuses. Xian Wuheng. Xian Wuheng. As the people screamed his name, Xian Wuheng slowly stood up calmly. There's no use. Same deal as before, 10 moves. _hua. The audience erupted in chaos. 10 moves? What did this mean? Zhao Feng looked at the other geniuses. Xian Wuheng has a nickname. 10 moves, Zhao Qin said soberly. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. 10 moves? Up to now, no one has ever exchanged more than 10 moves with him. Ever. 10 moves, Xian Wuheng. The summit reached a climax as Xian Wuheng appeared. Being the winner of the last summit, Xian Wuheng was famous throughout Sun Feather City. Xian Wuheng, I've been waiting for this a long time. A will to fight appeared in Zhao Linlong's eyes, and his 6th rank aura was no longer held back. Zhao Linlong, your energy has been depleted a bit. It's best for you to rest first, Xiaomingyu warned helpfully. Zhao Linlong had fought many battles before and used up a lot of stamina, especially when fighting Xiaomingyu. If he faced a normal opponent, Zhao Linlong wouldn't even think about this problem. However, his opponent was 10 moves Xian Wuheng, someone who had thrashed him once already. Big brother Linlong, you rest first while I test out his skill. Zhao Ling jumped onto the middle of the stage with his spear. Zhao Ling was ranked 7th in the tournament, and he didn't have any right to attend. But Zhao Linlong had given Zhao Feng's spot to him. Therefore, Zhao Ling was very grateful towards Zhao Linlong and wanted to help him out. Okay, but don't force yourself. Zhao Linlong returned to the pavilion and started to recover his energy. With Zhao Ling fighting first, he could at least test a bit of Xian Wuheng's skills. Xian Wuheng, take my spear, Zhao Ling exclaimed as his silver spear flashed through the night. Xian Wuheng stood still with one hand behind his back. Outrageous! Xian Wuheng's actions meant that he was not putting Zhao Ling in his eyes. Schwa. The spear was thrust towards Xian Wuheng's left shoulder. Xian Wuheng was expressionless as he raised one finger. Dang. The simple finger managed to hit the weakest part of the spear tip, and a powerful and chaotic inner strength flowed through the spear into Zhao Ling's body. Zhao Ling immediately felt his blood boil. Let go. Xian Wuheng swept his hand, and unparalleled inner strength hit Zhao Ling, making the latter spit out blood. Clang. The spear flew out of Zhao Ling's hand as he landed on the ground. Zhao Ling was instantly defeated by one finger touch and one palm. This scene made many geniuses' hearts jump, yet it was within expectations. After all, Xian Wuheng came in first at the last summit, and even Zhao Linlong could achieve the same results. Inside the Zhao family pavilion. Zhao Feng's face was solemn. He had seen the whole fight with his left eye. Every move that he used seemed to be simple and casual, yet they would hit Zhao Ling's critical point as if he had the same ability as his left eye. Furthermore, Xian Wuheng's attack seemed to follow some kind of law that was too profound for him. It was similar to the attack the mysterious girl had back within the canyon, but the feeling from the mysterious girl was tens of times stronger. Brother Linlong, you recover a bit more. I'll go and force him to use his full strength. Zhao Qi's eyes twinkled as he leapt onto the area. Attack. Xian Wuheng still stood expressionless. Sky Howling Fist. Zhao Qi immediately used his nearing peak level high-ranked skill. At the same time, he used a high-ranked speed skill and a high-ranked body strengthening technique. Zhao Qi's strength was the closest to the four great geniuses, and he didn't have flaws in any aspect. Therefore, he was the best one to test Xian Wuheng's strength. Breaking Wind Finger. Xian Wuheng's finger sliced through the air like a sharp sword. SSSS. The finger and fist clashed together, but Xian Wuheng's finger only scraped past Zhao Qi's fist. Zhao Qi's figure immediately fell over while his arm went numb at the same time. Breaking Wind Finger? It seems to be a middle-ranked martial art. Wait, I've also trained Breaking Wind Finger, but it seems different from his. Discussion broke out. Zhao Qi took a deep breath and used his high-ranked speed skill to escape the danger. Pa. The two exchanged their finger and fist. One move, two moves, three moves. Xian Wuheng didn't move a step at all, while Zhao Qi was already sweating and puffing. They had only exchanged 3 blows in total. Zhao Qi had to spend 100 times more energy than usual. Xian Wuheng's every move seemed to perfectly counter his. Although they had the same inner strength and power level, Xian Wuheng seemed to be in sync with the heavens. When they reached the 5th move, Zhao Qi's chest, hand and arm had turned sore from blocking. Suddenly, at the 6th move, Xian Wuheng used a middle-ranked leg skill and with a _thumb_ hit Zhao Qi's arm. Zhao Qi screamed in pain and he landed on the floor, sweating coldly. Xian Wuheng only used a middle-ranked finger and leg skill to beat Zhao Qi. It's the same as last year. He still only used middle-ranked martial arts. All of his skills have at least reached the peak level. The middle of the stage. Xian Wuheng stood tall with his hands behind his back calmly, as if he had used no energy at all in the previous fight. After Zhao Qi lost, the Qiu family also sent out a few talented disciples to test him out, but it was to no avail. Even Qiu Chang'e was defeated in 7 moves, and every time Xian Wuheng attacked, he only used one hand. Cultivators of the same rank were defeated easily and without strain. Hard to believe, Zhao Feng looked at the battle and soon came up with his analysis. Xi and Wuheng had trained 5 or 6 middle-rank skills, which had all reached the peak level. Some of the moves had even exceeded the original skill and power. 8. Underscore at the same time, underscore. On a tree near the summit, 2 figures clothed in silver armor stood silently on a branch, hiding within the night. To be able to train so many middle-rank skills to the peak rank. I can't believe such a small Sunfeather city has such a talented genius. If he was put in June City, he'd still be ranked in the top 10, one of the silver figures said. You've underestimated him. Although he hasn't reached martial master yet, he still has the senses of one. I think you understand what this means, don't you? The other person said hoarsely. None of the geniuses, guests, and Xi and Wuheng stood expressionless in the middle of the stage. At this point, no one dared to challenge him, so they turned their eyes towards Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong had reached the 6th rank of the martial path, and he was the only one able to counter him. Xi and Wuheng's eyes also turned towards the Zhao family's pavilion, as if he was waiting for something. Are you ready, Xi and Wuheng? Zhao Linlong stood up. He had reached his peak state, the blood and qi within him boiled. I don't need to prepare. Although he had just fought many battles, they had expended almost no energy at all since his opponents were defeated almost instantly. Good. As soon as he finished his words, Zhao Linlong left a golden afterimage and appeared in the middle of the stage. The 2 geniuses stood facing each other while the spectators watched in anticipation. Even the 2 silver-clad figures far outside watched with interest. Underscore shadow step, underscore. Zhao Linlong moved, and although most of the younger generation couldn't see him, they could still hear the underscore sha underscore sound coming from him. Most people knew that Zhao Linlong's high-ranked skill, Shadow Step, had reached the peak level, and it worked better when used at night. Who? Xi and Wuheng let out a breath, and he slowly released the hand behind his back as his expression turned serious. The battles he had fought before were all with one hand, but this time he was going to use 2 hands as his opponent had reached the 6th rank. Facing Zhao Linlong's ghostly figure, Xi and Wuheng stood as still as a stone statue. Zhao Feng could clearly see that Xi and Wuheng's blood, breathing, and inner strength remained calm in his body. Zhao Linlong's speed skill probably has no effect on him. He sighed and shook his head. I don't believe you, Zhao Ling said coldly. Brother Linlong's high-ranked speed skill has reached the peak level, and his cultivation is also the highest. He had developed admiration and trust towards Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng smiled, but he didn't speak. Underscore schwa. Pa, underscore. A palm from a golden figure swept towards Xi and Wuheng's back. Too fast. No one understood how Zhao Linlong appeared behind Xi and Wuheng. However, at this moment, Xi and Wuheng also moved. He moved calmly, just slightly pressing out his chest, and the terrifying palm just missed him. Back flowing leg. Without even turning, Xi and Wuheng unleashed his attack. Underscore pung, underscore. Zhao Linlong quickly circulated his inner strength, and he managed to block Xi and Wuheng's attack. Just as Zhao Feng expected, Zhao Linlong's speed skill had no effect on Xi and Wuheng. How did you know Zhao Linlong's shadow step has no effect on him? Zhao Yufei asked curiously. On her other side, Zhao Ling said coldly. He was just lucky, and he said that because he doesn't like Brother Linlong. Underscore I dislike him. Underscore. Zhao Feng almost let out his laughter. After all, it was obvious who disliked who. What are you laughing about? Let's make a bet then, Zhao Ling said angrily.